Hello everyone. I hope you can hear me loud and clear. Welcome to the live stream. So sorry for the trouble. The live stream link was replaced by this one. I know you were previously waiting on the other channel, but yeah, we'll be doing the live stream here. And as you can see, we are 15 seconds into the contest starting time. So to start off things, I will just introduce myself. My name is Russell. I'm a graduate from NUS, Singapore, and I'm currently working full time. But I've been doing competitive programming problems, mainly on Catis, and I've been a great fan of some people that I see competing in ICPC currently. So yeah, it seems like the time has started. We are 15 seconds in the contest. Obviously, there are no current submissions yet, but I will brief you through how this contest will run. So during the live stream, I'll be showing mainly these current standings. This will show how the teams are currently performing and what problem they have solved and how long did it take them to solve. So other than the standings over here, you see a queue on the right side of the screen. That's basically the queue for any submission that are currently ongoing. And then below you can see there are some tickers. Basically these are the stats, some stats that you can see if the standings is not showing it. Yeah, and then you also have the current time elapsed. So the contest will run for the next five until the next 5 hours, and along the way we'll be going through the entire contest, and then there will be some interviews as well with the judges and the coaches possibly. So yeah, let me see how are the audiences doing. Okay, so any strong teams that you are supporting right now? I hope that they remain strong currently, and I hope they'll do great. Okay, so let me see. What should we go through while the contest has just started? Okay, so other than this live stream, there's also an open contest currently going on Code Forces. So you can see the link shown on the video description and the ticker as well uh, below on the downside of the screen. I will show you briefly how the actual contest page looks like. Okay, so give me a moment. I will simply change this. This page, and then I will reset this page for you. Yeah, currently it's still 2 minutes, so there are no current submissions yet. You might want to take your bets on who's the strongest team for this competition. Okay, I believe this is the one. Okay, sorry for the trouble. I heard that there was no audio. There was a technical difficulty. But yeah, we can see that currently there is one submission from Nanyang TU and it is a wrong answer. So yeah, tough luck. We wait for more submissions and we can determine which one's the easiest problem out of all. Because normally this easiest problem will be the ones that the teams are trying to solve first. Okay, so while I'm trying to create the sound for when I'm trying to present the code forces page, yeah, we can keep lurking at the open contest yourself. It's at the link provided in the description of the video. And then if you want to see the current standing other than the ones I'm showing here, you can also look at ICPC APEC Firebase standings, which is also on the video description. Yeah, so currently I only see, yeah, there's still one submission so far, which is a wrong answer. So when you see there's a wrong answer, you see that there's a -1, meaning that they have done one unaccepted submission. And the verdict of these submissions can be either wrong answers, which means that the program has a small bug along the way and it fails the test cases, but it runs perfectly fine in the sense that there is no error. Or other conditions might be runtime error. This is where running the code actually gives you some error. And then there's also compile error, which means the code cannot compile in the first place. And then other than that, could be time limit exceeded. This is one of the most common error because it actually works when you're given enough time, but the code just doesn't run under the time limit specified. Oh, and we have one more submission from NYCU, and it is also a wrong answer. Yeah, so I would like to take a guess that maybe K is one of the easiest looking problems. That's why they're trying to attempt that first. We'll see what the other teams are up to. Okay, speaker sound is working fine. Okay, so while I'll be simply showing this standings page, I will briefly explain again that um, there will be 65 teams competing. So this standing consists of 65 teams. They were part of different regional competitions that they have won before, or maybe that they have competed in before, and won some places but not the first. Right, so there were 6 regionals. You can take a look at APEC ICPC global website that the regionals were held sometime between October until December at 6 different cities. For example, like Jakarta, Seoul, Taichung, Yokohama, and Hanoi. And the winners of each respective regionals will be invited to compete for this championship because they were actually already shortlisted for the world finals, which will be happening at Baku, which is Azerbaijan, sometime around mid to end September. So stay tuned on the ICPC news about the upcoming news about the World Finals. And for the other teams, they competed in some regionals, but they didn't get the first place, so they have to um, fight for their position in this Super Regional Championship, which is the APEC ICPC Championship. And if you and from what I see here, the contenders are pretty strong. Judging from the Code Force rating, they're very high. Some of them are actually grandmasters and um, yeah, and masters, which is definitely above my current elo. I think I'm currently at 1.6k, which is I believe is an expert rating. Yeah, to be fair, I didn't do Quad Force that often, so I'm quite happy to get that rating in a short amount of time. But it will be quite time consuming for me to keep pushing to master. So maybe when I have the time, I will do that anyways because I've graduated. So I've kind of gone past the competitive programming era. I'm just doing these problems for fun and in my free time, not so much for a very sweaty grind. Okay, so currently there are no submissions yet. Let's see what I can do for the presentation again. Okay, I believe my mic should be heard as I'm presenting this page. Yeah, I'm not sure, there was a technical issue where I couldn't present with sound, but now I think I can. So yeah, these are the list of the teams again, as I mentioned before. These are the ones that competed in the Taichung regional. They won some top places and they are able to compete for the Asia Pacific regional. And then these are the Seoul regional, Jakarta regional, Hanoi regional, and then Yokohama regional. Last but not least. Yeah, so if you happen to know any of these users, you might want to support them from the live chat. Okay, so personally, since I was from NUS, I do have some personal support for my NUS teammates. There are actually also some Indonesian teammates that I actually know beforehand. The last time I met them was about 6 to 7 years ago. So it was great to see them after a very long while. So I think I haven't mentioned that I'm actually from Indonesia, but I've been in NUS in Singapore for the past 4.5 years. So it's been a great experience of me to stay here, live here, and work here. So we are 12 minutes in the competition, and there are no more submissions so far. So this is probably a hard one. Okay, so if there's nothing to see right now from the standings, we can actually go through the contest mirror, which is over here. Yes, so this is I believe this is one of the problems. Control towers. Before we go through this problem, let me see if I can go through all the problem and the standings. So let's try to open this. Yeah, so there are 13 problems, control towers and so on. And I think most of them are trying to do problem K. Oh, quick news. Apparently NUS Spiral has managed to get one question right on problem L. It's an accepted submission. So congrats for NUS Team Spiral. They are doing great. Okay, there's also another submission from Hanyang Unif, Catastrophe, which is also on problem K, and this time it's the wrong answer. So most submissions are actually on problem K, but there is one submission which is from NUS Spiral, which is an accepted submission which is at problem L. So it's either problem K or problem L that could be the easiest. We'll see about that soon enough. So let's take a look at the current quad force mirror standings. It's loading a tad, so don't worry about it. Yeah, so you can see here from this standing, some people actually already solved problem A, right? So what happens here is that the equals column here is basically the number of problems that they have solved, and then there's also a penalty, right? So the teams or the users here will be ranked based on the number of solved problems, and then if they have the same number of solved problems, they will actually be ranked based on the penalty. So the penalty is computed with the time spent for each question. So let's say if I solve one problem 10 minutes, right? So the penalty will be 10 for that question. So you basically just sum all these penalties across all the questions. And if they get any submission wrong, they will be given an extra penalty of 20 minutes. So let's say if I submit the question right in the 10 minutes, but that was my second attempt, I will get a penalty of 30 because 10 from the time to submit the contest right, and then 20 because I did one question wrong. Yeah, and you get another 20 if you have another wrong attempt. So it's 20 per wrong attempts. Yeah, so they have to be careful to submit the right submission in a short amount of time, which is why this contest is harder than you thought. Okay, and we have one more submission, which is accepted submission from Team L. Okay, that's actually from Team Sokang University. Yeah, they managed to solve problem L. So congrats for Sokang University. So three submissions are all from problem L that's accepted. That's pretty cool. There's also one from Universitas Indonesia or UE for 404 skill not found. That's a pretty funny name. So yeah, most of them have solved problem L instead of problem K. So it could be that problem L is actually easier than problem K. Yeah, so now that there are some submission, I will also go through what's happening in the current standings. So same with the core force standings, they will show the number of problems that you have solved, and then they also show the penalty, which is computed the same way. And then for these questions, right, you will see either red or green. So this is basically showing you whether the submission is correct or they still got a wrong attempt on it, and how many wrong attempts that they have done so far. So -1 means they have done one wrong attempt, -2 and so on means they've done that many wrong attempts. And if it's yellow, it means that they have a submission currently running, so they should be part of the queue. Right? And then if it's green, then it will just show that they already solved the problem correctly. Oh, and we have the first AC from NYCU. They managed to solve problem A. So everyone else is solving problem L, but NYCU is solving problem A and they managed to get it. So congrats for NYCU Cartesian 3. And you also see that for the one that managed to solve the problem, some of them has a star on top of the plus sign. That means they are the one that the first team that solved that particular problem. So there should be one star for each of these 13 problems. Yeah, and we see there are some wrong answers as well for problem L. Yeah, so again, if you want to try the questions out, you can go to the core forces contest and simply register your username if you don't have one. Otherwise, you can just enter the contest and do the questions as you intend. Okay, so now while we're waiting, you can actually also see this standing from Firebase app standing. So it's provided in the link on the description. It's ICPC app.firebaseapp.com/standings. Yes, so you can see the team that have solved, right, and also the time that they solved the problem. So for example, Team Spiral, they managed to solve problem L in 12 minutes. And they're the first to do so. So they have the darker green color instead of the regular green. Okay, and for example, like Screenwalkers, they haven't solved problem A and they got a wrong answer, or it's not shown what verdict is this, but basically they have a wrong submission, unaccepted submission. So they have a minus sign with the +1 over here because they've done it once. Okay, so in this page, in the same page, you can actually also see the list of the teams. If you want to see their pictures, you can actually see here. Yeah, you can see on the bottom right corner that there are some submission currently in the judge, and the verdict is actually some accepted submission for problem A from Kyoto University and ISCT. So congrats for them for solving problem A as well. And we can see that they're starting to show some submission from problem G. So let's get back to the standings. Yeah, so I will not be showing this most of the time. I'll be showing my own standings, but you can see this from um, your phone, your laptop, your devices in the link provided in the description. Okay, so let me go back to this page. Yes, NUS Jägermeister has managed to solve problem G as well. So congrats for them. They're actually the first to solve problem G. Wow, okay. That's actually really cool. So personally, I don't really know the strong teams from other countries. So if I have to choose, I will basically judge based on their current performance and then their performance from the yesterday's dress rehearsal and also their current comfort rating, because comfort rating is already a good metric that shows how consistent they are at being good. Okay, so yeah, we can see that DLSU and NTSU has also solved problem L. So I believe problem L is currently the most solved problem out of all. Okay, so while we're waiting for more submissions to come, um, maybe we can go through one of the problems, problem L. I don't have the judge with me right now, but maybe we can read them together, because why not? It will be fun. So let me go to the contest again and then open the PDF for you guys. Okay, while we're waiting for the page to run, we can see that there's also another AC from problem L. So yeah, we are getting more accepted submission from problem L. This is a good hint that you might want to try problem L because it's probably one of the easiest problems in this entire competition. Oh, and one more thing. So in the queue, you see that there's a yellow bar here. For example, from Osaka University, it means that the submission is currently running, and those are the test cases that are being run. So they are being run one by one, and then we will see if it actually uh, goes through or it actually fails at some part. So if it keeps running and suddenly becomes red, that means they probably failed the last few test cases, and this is most likely due to a small bug or some edge cases. So thankfully, we don't see this trend where solving the first problem gives you a lot of wrong answers. Maybe that was the trend for the first few minutes, as you see in problem K. But in problem L, we start to see a lot of accepted submission. So I think problem L was not too cruel after all, because it means that there was not uh, there were no weird edge cases to test, so that it actually fails them at the very last part of the judging. Okay, so submissions are currently alternating from problem L and problem G. So some of these teams are actually attempting problem G as well. Okay, yeah, so let me show you the Confos page. Yes, this is a first review of my Confos account. I don't use it that often, mostly only to log the things that are happening around. So let's go to the contest page. I believe it should be this one. And then we can enter the contest. Okay, so let's take a look at problem L, right? This is one of the easiest problems, supposedly. Okay, let's zoom it so everyone can see nice and clear. So the time given here is 2 seconds. Okay, so you're on your way to compete in the 2025 championship, and you have to wait in the boarding queue. So you're in a queue with n travelers numbered from 1 to n, ordered from the front of the queue to the back of the queue. And the boarding area is basically a grid of R by C. Okay, the numbers are 1 to R for the rows and 1 to C for the columns. And then each traveler occupies exactly one distinct cell in the grid, and two travelers are adjacent if the cells they are in share an edge. So for example, 10 and 1 here are adjacent. Okay, traveler T and traveler T minus 1 are guaranteed to be adjacent for any. Okay, so it means they are forming kind of like a snake queue, right? It reminds me of the snake game where you have this continuous adjacent um, nodes or vertices, however you want to call it. Okay, so this is the possible figure, and now at each boarding step, all the following happen simultaneously. The frontmost traveler, which is traveler T, boards the aircraft and leaves the boarding area, and then for each T prime, which is between t plus 1 until n, uh, it basically takes the cell that travel t prime minus 1 was occupying immediately before the step. So this is really like uh, how the snake game works, right? And then this is the example of how the simulation runs. So traveler 1 is gone, and now 2 takes place of 1, and so on until 11 takes place of 10, and it keeps going on and on. Okay, now you are traveler P, that is there are P minus 1 travelers in front of you, that's for sure, and you know that your team coach is somewhere in the queue, but you don't know where, and it can be anywhere between 1 to m except yourself, which is P. You want to calculate the probability that you will be adjacent to your team coach at some point before you board the aircraft. Okay, so formally you will be adjacent to traveler Q at some point before you board the aircraft if there's an integer s between 0 and p minus 1 inclusively, such that traveler P and traveler Q are adjacent after s boarding steps. Okay, so this is a probability questions, right? And what they want is to output the probability as a fraction in x over y format. So the input given to you is basically the dimension of the grid, and then we also have the number of people, 11 here, and then the last one is your position, so you're currently traveler number 2. Okay, and then you are about to compute the probability that you will be adjacent to your team coach at some point before you board the aircraft, and the value of y must be equal to m minus 1. So at some point, if it's not m minus 1, you should be able to simplify the numbers to m minus 1. Yeah, so that's the question. I will go through this with the problem authors, and we see the current standings right now. There's a lot of submissions on problem L that goes accepted, so that's great. You can start working on that as well. There are some attempts on problem G as well, but I think most of them ended up in wrong answers. And then there are also a few teams that managed to solve problem A. So I think we can't really tell for sure who's the strongest team, because I haven't seen any team that managed to submit more than 2 problems. I think the top 2 currently is NYCU, Cartesian tree. They managed to solve problem A and L. And same thing for Team Amatsukaze from Institute of Science Tokyo, ISCT. Okay, so now while we're waiting again for more submissions to come, I will probably brief with you on how the contest runs. Basically, what's happening live in Singapore in real life. So actually, the event spans for 4 days. The participants came for the first day. They simply just register, and they went back to their hotels. And then second day was the dress rehearsal. This is where they familiarize themselves with the environments, the surroundings, and then how the environment, the judging environment, how the contest environment feels for them. And then the third day is basically today, which is the contest itself. And not to mention, yesterday we actually had uh, a dinner sponsored by Jane Street. So huge thank you for Jane Street for sponsoring this event. There are actually other sponsors as well, including Huawei and Jump Trading as the global sponsors. And then we have JetBrains as the ICPC global sponsor, programming tools. And then we do have local sponsors like Hudson River Trading, HRT, Optiva, Citadel, and Citadel Securities. Yes. So yeah, here's thank you for the sponsors to making this event to happen. Yeah, so for today we'll be focusing mainly on this championship contest, which will happen until 3 p.m. Singapore time. So that should be in about 4.5 hours, and then after that there will be some downtime before the awarding and the um, ICPC resolver begins. And then on the final day, which is tomorrow, we will be having excursion. So it'll be a fun day for us, staff, and participants alike. Okay, so if you're wondering the specific details on how the teams are selected from the regionals, you can actually go to the website over here in APEC ICPC Global, right? And then there will be links that you can see over here. So this is the ICPC Asia Pacific Championship selection rules. So yeah, you can read the whole thing here if you're very interested on how the selection works. And these are the regionals that happened before this super regional event, which span around October until December. Yeah, and then the prizes, which is basically shortlisting for the World Finals, which will happen in Baku, Azerbaijan, and hosted by ADA University. Yeah, so in here it says top X to be confirmed, usually 12 to 15, but the answer is actually 16. Okay, so I just want to reiterate that there will be 16 teams that will win this championship. They will, so you see from the standings that there will be four gold medalists, and then there will be um I believe four as well for silver, and then eight bronze. But I think this is due to the Thai system that there are more medals than they're supposed to be. And suppose that there are multiple universities that won some medal, right? And they will have to select one of them because only one university can advance to the world finals. So we're actually aiming for top 16 distinct universities instead of just top 16. So yeah, let's hope that your favorite team, your favorite university can win the contest. Okay, so looking at the current queue, the most submissions actually still come from L. So the top team should have solved problem L by now. And then the next problem that they're solving is actually problem A. We can see that there's a lot of submissions from problem A. So how about we now go to problem A as well? Now that we have read problem L, let's try to read problem A. Okay, so this is problem L. Let's try to read problem A. Okay, it's taking a while. No worries. We can wait. I will show back the standings while we're waiting for problem A to load properly. It could be because there are a lot of participants in the mirror contest also trying to solve this. Imagine that there were about 6,000 participants trying to register for the contest. So assuming that they all turn up for the contest is gonna be a very big standing. Alright, so here we are at problem A, which is control towers. So we are tasked to design the new airport in your city, and the layout is also a 2D grid. So this is similar to problem L where we are given a 2D grid with R and C. So I believe the numbering is also the same. And our job here, instead of doing the sneak thing, is to place four control towers from 1 to 4, each in a different empty cell. And I want tower K and K plus 1 to be placed either in the same row or in the same column. So 1 with 2 should have the same row or the same column. And then tower 2 and 3, and then tower 3 and 4 as well. And I want to calculate the number of ways to place the control towers to satisfy the requirements above. So how do we determine whether a placement is distinct? It's basically the axis K where control tower K is placed in different cells. Yeah, so for example, um, over here, the input is basically a 2D grid, but there are some occupied cells. So we also need to take into account that this is not just a regular empty grid, but it's actually a partially occupied grid. Okay, so of course we want to try to put the towers on the non-occupied grids, which is the dots, right? Which are the dots here. And here it says that there are 10 ways to do so. Yeah, and then the next test case shows that there are no ways to do it. I think the easiest one is to realize that if all the cells are occupied, there's no way for you to place the correct number of towers because there's no space left. But in here, you have 5,000 ways to do so. Okay, and for the second test case, you can't do it because let's say if I put tower 1 over here, right, and there are actually only two spaces left for tower 2. Okay, so we can put it here, and then when I put tower 2, there will be only one space for tower 3, so we have no choice but to put it here. But then after you put the first three towers, in any way, there is no way for you to put the fourth tower. So in this case, the number of ways is 0. Yeah, so that's the explanation for the sample test cases. The input is, the size is at most 2000 by 2000. So maybe you can start to guess what kind of algorithm should be used here. Could it be dynamic programming? Could it be some matching algorithm? So again, uh, we will go through this with the judges for even clearer understanding of the problem itself. But yeah, for now, you know that these are the two problems that the teams are currently solving, and they managed to get accepted verdict for these problems. Okay, so for those of you who just entered the live stream, welcome. I will introduce myself again. My name is Russell. I just graduated from NUS, majoring in data science and analytics and minor in computer science. I actually didn't take competitive programming modules before, but I've been spending most of my undergraduate time solving competitive programming problems at home as a side hobby. So I do have some exposure to this problem, but I think that these people that they are competing are at a far greater level than I am. They've gone through so far to reach this stage of the competition. So I believe they're the better masters, and I would love to learn from them sometime. And I'm actually from Indonesia, so I've been studying here for 4 years, and I'm currently working full time in Singapore for uh, half a year, 6 months. And for those of you who have tried Catis before, this is also one of the competitive programming problem archive. So they actually store some problem for, let's say, the ICPC World Finals, or maybe the regional ICPCs, mainly from Europe, some from Asia as well, and Singapore. And they put the problems there. So I've been doing most of my competitive programming problems there. Sometimes I actually use Codeforces because that's one of the most famous competitive programming platform. I think pretty much everyone here in this competition is using that because they have routine contests happening over time, and these contests are actually set by some wonderful volunteers who are willing to be problem authors. Yeah, so this is a bit different than Catis, where Catis is basically just an archive of the past competitive programming competitions, for example, like this one. Yeah, so for Code Forces, I think it's a very tight community. Even there were some people that are willing to show you the list of the participants and the Code Forces users along with their rating. So for those new to Code Forces, this is basically one of the well-known competitive programming platforms. And for each user, they actually have these colors, which shows their current rank, right? The current tier and current rank. So you start with the newbie, and then you go up into a pupil, and then so on until you become like a grandmaster. So I think somewhere in between there's expert, there's candidate masters, and yeah. So basically those are the tiers. So if you see right here, these are very strong competitors because they're actually grandmasters. And then if they have a black color at the first letter, it means they are actually legendary grandmasters. So they're even better than the rest in terms of the rating, right? And then there are some purple, blue, uh, cyan, and orange. These are the tiers below red. So they are probably candidate masters, experts, and masters all combined together. And yeah, this is basically the list of the teams. So you can take a look at Code Force. Take a look at the tickers when I show the standings to get to the link. Okay, so we are back at the standings. Most submissions are still from problem G, but I see that there are some teams starting to get accepted submission on problem J. And Kim Universitas Indonesia, UI, 404 skill not found is actually the first to solve problem J. So congrats to them for having first solved as well. Okay, so we are actually still 40 minutes in. So this is even less than 20% in the contest. So there can be a lot of outcomes in the future. We can see plot twists happening, perhaps, or maybe someone that managed to solve all problems. That would be very great, very cool. But currently, we see that most problems submissions are actually coming from problem L, which is the boarding snake thing that you saw just now when I was covering the problem statement. Okay, so I see that there are currently 91 viewers on the live stream. So yeah, good to see all of you. I hope you are enjoying the live stream so far. I hope there are no further technical difficulties other than the live stream link having to change. So sorry for that trouble. But I'm glad that there was a notice for the redirection. So it was alright in the end. Okay, so let me see the current live chat. What's going on? Mostly a bunch of Oz. Yes, I believe these teams are very great. So Oz for them as well. The championship going on right now. Yes, it is. The championship is going on right now, and it will be going on until 3 p.m. Singapore time, which in real time will be in about 4 hours and 20 minutes. So in the meantime, you can also go through the contest mirror in Code Forces. The link will be shown in the description below on and also in the bottom part of this screen. Yeah, I see open contest and the link. So yeah, we can see that currently the top one is actually ISCT. They managed to solve 3 problems with a penalty of 83. So for those who are new to this, I will um, explain how the penalty system works. Basically, it's the sum of the penalty of each respective problem. So now how do we compute the penalty for each problem? Basically, they will compute the time taken for you to solve that problem. And so for example, if I meant to solve problem A after 40 minutes, so I will get 40 penalty from A. But on top of that, there will also be penalties for wrong submissions. So each wrong submission will give you 20 minutes of penalty. So try not to have a lot of wrong submissions when you're actually doing the contest. Alright, while we're waiting, how about we take a look at some team photos? It will be great. Okay, so for those of you who just joined, I've already put the link in the description that you can also see the standings. Yeah, for example, like this one. So this is the team from uh oh sorry. Yes. So this is one of the teams. I believe this is NYCU Cartesian 3. They are currently placed the third. So yeah, they are at a very strong position right now. Do we have other teams to show as well on the technical side? Yes, and here we have Universitas Indonesia, UE 404 skill not found. Funny name by the way. Led by the coach. So they've solved problem J and L so far, and they're the first to solve problem J. Okay, let me see if I have other teams to show as well. I will try to show all of them. Yes, and this is Team NUS Spiral. They are currently placed 19, and they have solved problem G and L as well. Yeah, I believe this chat show will be automatic. If you want to see the whole list of teams, be sure to check the standings in the link provided in the description on this live stream. Right, ICPC APEC firebaseapp.com team. Right, so yeah, you can see all the 65 teams competing and alongside with the photo of the wonderful coaches. This is also Team NUS Jägermeister. They are currently placed second, and they've solved problem A, L, and G, and they're the first to solve problem G. Okay, we will wait for the next slideshow. Yes, we have ISCT. They are currently placed the first, so they are leading, and they have solved problem J, L, and A in a very short amount of time. So yeah, these are very cool teams. I can't wait to see them win. And so I hope they keep being consistent with winning the solving the questions properly, correctly, and yeah, they will eventually settle on winning the entire competition. Okay, now we have Kyoto University, objective KUB1. I'm not sure what KUB1 stands for. Maybe some code name. They have solved problem A, L, and G. So yeah, maybe I will ask the coaches and the judges on how they came up with these namings, because I believe some of these namings are actually very funny. I will try to pronounce this name correctly. So forgive me if I actually did it wrong. And then we have UNSW Sydney, W3 complete. So they are the ones invited from the South Pacific Championship to compete in this competition. Okay, they currently placed 8. So it's actually good. Yeah, they are on the top 16. Okay, who do we have next? We have Dear SU, Kuhaku. Yes, Kuhaku. So they have solved problem G and L. Yeah, most of these teams have solved problem G and L, so that's great to see. Okay, what do we have next? I will just let the automated slideshow roll. Okay, so you can also see the queue at the same time. There are some submissions from problem A, G, J, and L. There are some accepted submission from problem J and A. Okay, next up we have Seoul National University. What's that? Ta Sing Hao. They solved problem G, A and L. They solved problem A and L. They got some wrong submission on problem G. So try again, and I hope they can get accepted verdict on this problem. Okay, and then we have case from Korea, Big Shot. So they solved problem J, A, and L, and they are currently attempting to solve problem I. Look at those cute octopus plushies. I used to have one like that. They're really cute. It's the one where you can flip it back and forth to show their frowny faces, or maybe their smiley faces. Okay, we have U Tokyo, Screenwalker. This is also one of the well-known teams because they won the regional, and they have solved problem G, A, and L. So they did have one wrong submission on problem A. That's why it's shown that they have a plus ones on the right side. But that's okay. They solved all the 3 problems, so that's great for them. Hopefully they can do a comeback so they can win. Next we have Sokang University. So they solved problem A and L. Yes, there's 3 of them. Wonderful pictures and wonderful mascot in the middle. I'm not sure who's there in the middle, but maybe some of the fans out there can figure out what that is. Okay, let me see what I can. Okay, never mind. Yes, and then we have National Taiwan University. They have solved problem G, A, and L with 2 wrong submissions before solving problem G. Okay, next we have. This is still the same team. Okay, no worries. We wait for the automatic slideshow to run. There is a DUT. I believe this is Danang University. There's no pictures so far, so we will show back the standings while we wait for the pictures to show up. There are some accepted submissions from problem G and ongoing judging for problem A and G. And they got wrong answer. Most of them are wrong answers. Oh, there's an accepted submission from ICT for problem A. Okay, that's cool. So currently, the top one is Objective KUB1 from Kyoto University. They have solved 4 problems, and I think they are the only team that has solved 4 problems. The rest has solved 3 or below 3. So yeah, keep the spirit going on, and we'll see who will win. Okay, Q is looking silent right now, so there is not much to see. Okay, so again, I will reiterate for the newcomers. Do check on the links provided in the description below. They consist of the official website for you to see the rules, the how the selection is being done, who are the teams competing, who's the committee if you're interested, and then what's the schedule of the entire program, right? Which spans for 4 days, all the way from last Thursday until tomorrow, which is Sunday on Sunday. And you can also try out the mirror contest on Quad Forces if you're interested to do the problems uh, along the way, right? So if you want to feel how they are feeling inside this contest hall, then yeah, you can try solving those problems. And then for Firebase app standings to see the current standings. So if you I will show the standings as well in this video, but if you want to see your own way, you can also open the Firebase standings. They will also show the pictures of the teams on the same page, same website, so you can also go there. Yeah, and then the live stream here, please spread the word. I know some of you or some of your friends are actually waiting for the live stream to start from the other side. There were technical difficulties, so we had to move it to this channel instead. So I think no worries about that. Just spread the word that the live stream link is moved over to this one instead of the old one. Okay, so it's been 50 minutes and I almost forgot to show you something, which is what's actually happening on the contest hall. So while I can't actually look through the screen of their computers, I can actually access what is actually going on inside. So we can see here, let me see. Okay, yeah, so while we're waiting for the camera to be fired over, I'll just show you a few things first, which is the standings. We have a submission from Binus Lebah Ganteng. Okay, so as an Indonesian, I know what lebah ganteng is. Basically, this is an Indonesian word for handsome bee. You know, bee, the one that buzzes those animal. And lebah ganteng is actually, I'm not sure if it's a person or maybe an account. Basically, they are well known in the film industry for providing subtitles for movies. Because most movies, they don't come with Indonesian subtitles. So they actually uh, created for us, which is a good move. But yeah, they decided to use the name, so I believe that's where the origin comes from. As for why they chose that name, it depends on whether I will interview the coaches later if I get managed to meet them and interview them. Okay, so for now, do give me some time as I will be showing the camera that's going on the contest hall live. So I will turn on the music for now. Alright, it seems that I managed to get the links for the camera. So let's show what's happening on one of the rooms. Yeah, so sorry, if the sound is not heard, basically I've been showing you what's actually happening inside the contest hall. So let me try to go back and see if it actually works. Okay, cool. I think this should work fine. Yeah, so they actually just finished problem A and they are actually set to solve the next problem again. So they can't celebrate too long for that. And yeah, okay, let me just zoom out again because I think we are blocked by one of the contestants solving it. But at least you have an idea on what's actually going inside the contest hall. So they should have a very good team chemistry and a very good yeah, they should have a very good team chemistry and very good job division for it. Yeah, so sorry, just now I realized that there's no sound, so I had to go back to the contest page and show you again the contest hall. Okay, so again, this is one of the rooms, right? Which this room only hosts 15 teams. Should we see what's happening on the other side? So let me try to go back to the current standings while we're waiting for the big room's camera to run properly. So yes, we do have some submission from problem L and G and also J. So I think most of them are currently attempting those four problems A, G, J, and L. Right? Some are already trying to attempt I and K, but to no avail. So yeah, I guess these are the top four problems that are probably the easiest. Okay, let's show you back what's happening in the main hall. We can see that there are even more teams and more balloons. Okay, so let's try to zoom in to one of the teams, maybe the strong ones. I believe NUS and NUS Korea case, and then um, let us see the current standings first. Oh yes, Kyoto University. Yeah, Kyoto University, U Tokyo. Maybe you can try to find them here. They should be somewhere around the contest hall. So you can see a lot of balloons, and these are the balloon runners. Kudos to them. They have been trying to run around the contest hall without making a lot of noise, but still putting the balloons promptly to show that they actually solve uh, these problems. Okay, so let's try to zoom out a bit. Probably I need to, yeah. This is team number 40. Okay, yeah, this is Green Walkers from University of Tokyo. Well, I think they're in the midst of coding, so not much to see currently other than probably the setups, the team division, and probably the team chemistry. And look, there's one blue runner. Okay, hello there. Yeah, I believe they are roaming around distributing the balloons. So yeah, this is what's happening on the contest hall. Full of 50 teams, so 150 people plus some blue runners. Let me just slowly roll through the entire room so you can see the entire angle. Yeah, those are the judges at the back. They're also watching, and obviously blue runners are roaming around. Okay, so there's nothing much on this side. It's basically just the stairs. So whoops, let me go back to this side, and we can see, yeah, I believe this is the NES team from Team Spiral. So we can take a closer look at what they are working on. Yeah, this is Team Spiral and Chulalongkorn University as well. And this is Objective KUB1 from Kyoto University. They're trying to solve, not sure what they're trying to solve. I can't see the problem that they're working on. But at least we know that they are in the journey of winning the competition. So that's for sure. Let's keep up the spirit for them. Okay, anyone else to be part of the spotlight? Let's see. Okay, they are still in the midst of solving. This is Kuhaku. I think that they are in the midst of discussing something as well. So yeah, I think there's a lot of intense discussion going on. So let's just hope that these contestants do their best on this competition, and the winner will be the winner. All right, back to the standings. We currently have Kyoto University and US. I think a lot of teams have solved 4 problems, so that's good. We are waiting for the first team that solved 5 problems instead of 4. So again, you can see understanding that there are, um, is it 18? By right, it should be 16. So there will be some medals given to the contestants, the teams. 4 gold, 4 silver, and 8 bronze, if I remember correctly. So there should be 16. However, if there are multiple universities winning the award, they will only pick one. So we are actually aiming for top 16 distinct universities instead of top 16 university that will advance to um, the world finals. Okay, so let me try to see if I can show something like this. Oh, never mind, never mind. Okay, it seems like uh, the 70 has managed to solve one problem, which is problem A. So congrats to them as well. Okay, so now that we see that a lot of teams have managed to solve problem G, should we actually try to go through problem G, at least the problem statements? Okay, so let me just load up the problem statement and then we will go through it together. Okay, give me a moment while I try to load the problem statement, and here we go. Oh, sorry about that. I noticed that the sound isn't registering again. I'm not sure why. These are some issues that it's not supposed to happen. But don't worry about it. I will go through one more time because there's still a lot of time anyway. So basically, we have a malware, right, that's trying to corrupt a file that is denoted by a binary string. Okay, so how it works is that the malware performs either zero or more operations by replacing two consecutive bits by one if they are both equals to one, and zero otherwise. So for 0001 or 10, it will remove those two characters, two bits, and then replace with a zero. Okay, so this is the simulation in the example test case. Uh, Not test case, sorry, just example. We can remove the first and second bit and replace it with a 1, and then we can also remove 0 and 1 here, become a 0, so you can see that 1 1 becomes 1, otherwise it will become a 0 regardless of what the values are. And basically in the input you are given two binary strings, the second one being as long as the first one, right? So sorry, the second one being at most as long as the first one, so it could be shorter as well. And we want to determine if we can um, do these operations from the first string to obtain the second string. Yeah, so here we have a binary string of length 8 and 5, and I believe this one is the first test case of the example that was given above, right? So obviously that's a yes. Let me see when is that a no. For 101 to 00, right? If you choose 10, it will become 01, which is not 00. If it's 01, it will become 10, which is also not 00. So the answer is no in this case. Yeah, so I believe this is quite straightforward in terms of simulating the entire process. But how exactly do we go through these problems is what we will go through later with the judges and the coaches when they are available for the interview. So yeah, that is problem G for now. Apologies for the missing sound at first. Technical difficulties happen, but I think due to the content being 5 hours, it's great that we have enough time to rectify this issue. It looks like NUS Jägermeister is trying to solve problem C. I think problem C is currently quite seldom people are trying to attempt this, so they're trying to do that and they got a wrong answer. So tough luck. Try again later. Most submissions are still coming from problem J, which I will cover shortly after this in terms of problem statement. And then problem A and G is a mix of wrong answers and uh, accepted submissions. I think most wrong submissions here are caused by wrong answers, which is not other verdicts because for those new to programming or competitive programming at least, there are different verdicts to a program. The obvious one is the green one, which is accepted, right? They will call it AC. If it's the wrong answer, so your program compiles properly and it runs with no errors, but it just gives you the wrong answer, then it's called a wrong answer. But if there's an error when you run the code, but the code can compile, it's called a runtime error. So they will show you RE instead. And then if the code cannot compile in the first place, right? For example, you have a missing semicolon on your C++ code, then there's a compile error, CE. There are also other verdicts, for example, time limit exceeded. This is one of the most common errors as well. Basically, your code works fine. It's probably correct, but we're not sure yet because the time limit is exceeded. Right? Your code runs beyond the time limit and we have to stop the program abruptly. And that's where you also get a wrong submission. So the only accepted submission is when the code runs under the specified time limit, the specified memory. So if you exceed the memory, you also get memory limit exceeded. For example, you create a very large list, let's say of length 10 to the power of 9. It's actually a very huge list instead of the size. So if you're doing that, at least in Python, it will trigger a memory limit exceeded error. Okay, so more teams are solving problem A and J. So I believe the top few teams should have solved problem A, J, and L so far. Yeah, we don't have a lot of teams solving like an isolated problem on its own, other than A, G, J, and L. So we shall wait for that to happen. In the meantime, I think it's time for us to go through problem J. So I hope you still remember what was being covered on problem A and L, right? So to reiterate, L is something like a snake game, where you try to uh, model the current queue as a snake in the snake game. If you have the old phone like Nokia and Samsung, something like that. And for problem A, it's also a great problem. You are trying to place towers, exactly 4 towers, such that some towers are actually on the same row on the same column, and they want to ask how many ways for you to be able to do this because the grid that's given to you is actually partially occupied, so you can't just take the number of rows and column and then think there's nothing else occupying the grid. Okay, so now let's try to go to problem J. I will double check if the sound is working right now because I think for the past few problems that I was trying to show you guys, sound is not working for some reason, which is completely unintended. So let's try this one. Okay, I believe the sound is still working. I can see that in my live stream. So problem J is called gathering sharks. So you're the leader of some of N shark living in a one-dimensional ocean, like a line, and they are positioned from left to right. So you want all the sharks together at a common point to form a single group. And initially, no two sharks belong to the same group. So the number, the position that they belong to are all different. And to achieve this goal, you can command the shark to perform the following action n-1 times. You shout out an integer b that means both condition. There exists a group number b, and there exists at least one group number strictly smaller than b. Afterwards, let C be the largest existing group number, strictly smaller than B, and all the sharks in the group number B will move to the one numbered C, and the two groups merge. And the merged group is the number B and the number group C cease to exist. Okay, so even if B goes to C, but it's actually group C that we are eliminating, and we are renaming them as group B. And all sharks move at a constant speed of 1 unit per time. Right, so if they move one position, that's 1 second. And commands must be executed sequentially with no overlap in execution. So we have to do this n minus 1 times, which makes sense because there are n sharks and we want to end up with one big group of sharks. And we simply want to compute the minimum time required for all the sharks together at a common point by commanding the sharks n minus 1 times optimally. And here it says that n is 500. So again, that should serve as a hint on what kind of algorithm you should be using. Right? I believe n cube will still pass here. N squared will pass as well, but I believe if they want to make it tight and they put n500, it should be some n cube algorithm. I cannot think of one right now on the fly, but again, we will figure this out during the interview with the judges and the coaches when it's a time. Okay, so for example, here we have 3241, and the optimal number is that we want to shout out 3, and the leftmost shark move to the position of the second leftmost shark, and they found a good number 3. Okay, that's fine. And then next one is we want to try to shout 4, and then the second rightmost shark moves to the position of the group number 3, and they found a good number 4, also 1 unit of time. And then you shout out 4 again to combine with the rightmost position. Okay, so that takes 2 units of time. And yeah, it can be shown that 4 units of time is optimal. And you can do the same for the other groups. We will not go through that. It should be the same logic. And yeah, that's the rest of the page. Okay, so for those having ideas for these problems, you might want to consider, trying out the contest mirror. So as shown here, the contest mirror is, okay, yeah, contest mirror is here. So let me just scroll over. Okay, so for those joining, you can take a look at the teams joining the championship currently. These are the teams in court forces. And we have these invited teams, those who won the regionals, and then those who competed in the regional but were not the first winner. So they had to fight their position and compete in this championship to get shortlisted for the world finals. And then the other regionals follow along. Yeah, so let's see how's the mirror contest doing. I believe there were about 6,000 registrants. Yeah, 6,075. So let's see the current standings right now. See how are they performing. Yeah, so there are some people working as a team, which is the intended behavior because after all, it's just a competition of 3 people in a team. There are some doing solo. So we see that some people here have managed to solve 6 problems. So that's actually better than the leading contestants right now, because I think they only solve either 4 or 5 problems. And then there's also the penalty shown, and they have mainly solved problem A, G, J, and L as well. But in addition, they also solved problem C and D. So probably C and D might be the next problem to aim for. Okay, so this is the contest mirror. I hope those doing at home can also do well here, and may the strongest be the winner. For those just simply watching, you can also go to this standing page, which is at ICPC APAC Firebase.com standings. The link is provided in the description below in the chat. Sorry, not the chat, the video description basically. Yeah, and we can see that Team 5 is currently leading. Team 1, Objective KB1 is leading with 5 problems solved. And NTU Taiwan has managed to solve problem C. Are they the first to solve it? Yes, they are. They are shown in green, darker green color. So yeah, congrats to STD apps for solving problem C, being the first one to do so. And that places them on the 3rd place, having solved 5 problems alongside Screenwalkers and Objective KB1. And then NUS teams are holding here with 4 problems. We have Jägermeister, Spiral, and Penguin Feeders. ISCT Tokyo is doing well as well. They are the fifth place. Amatsukazu. And there we have Kuhaku from De La Salle University. And we have National Yangming Chiaotong University, NYCU, Cartesian Tree. They were also leading sometime before. They was the first to solve problem A. So they were doing very well as well throughout the competition. They are holding strong. And at the same website here, the Firebase app, you can also see the list of the teams. So they're actually here. We can take a look briefly at these wonderful contestants and coaches as well, because coaches are also in the picture for most of these. Right, so we have Lebah Ganteng and Dimensional Sign, Chulalongkorn University with this sad face, with face, Kuhaku, and so on. Yeah, so make sure to support your favorite team, and may the best team wins. So how do you know, or how do we know that they are actually strong contenders for this competition? Well, one way is to see their performance in the past regionals, right? So to reiterate, we actually had 6 regional events before this Asia Pacific regional, which was held in Australia, Taiwan, Korea, Indonesia, Vietnam, and Japan in these respective cities, sometime between October and December. And you can see the scoreboards here on the APEC ICPC global page. So make sure to take a look at that to see how they performed back then. So for example, if I take a look at the one in Australia, we can see how they were performing, and maybe you can kind of compare it to this current championship, whether they are actually consistent with their performance or whether they were being overtaken by some other people. Yeah, I believe this one was the Sydney regional. So most of them were actually from Australia and New Zealand. And we can see the top two were the ones invited for the Asia Pacific Championship. So if you take a look at the contest selection rules here, they actually stated that um, the top two from this South Pacific Championship can compete for the Asia Pacific, but if I remember correctly, they won't be able to advance to the World Final. So they have to give the best shot here, because this is the swan song in a sense. Yeah, correct me if I'm wrong, but that's how I interpret the rule book from this link over here, the Asia APEC selection rules. So you can take a read of that if you're interested. And yeah, again, back to the list of the teams. You can also see how strong they are from the Coforth ratings that they have currently. So these are the red users, the ones in red, they're actually masters, and then sorry, grandmasters, and and then for the ones with the black text on the first letter, they're actually legendary grandmasters. So that's one level beyond grandmasters, and then for the orange one, they're actually international masters, so they're actually very good as well. They're very strong. Science specialists. So I think this is one of the bottom half tiers, because they were actually before the blue tier, just expert, and also the purple, which is candidate master. And then after before below specialist, we also have green. I don't think anyone here is having a green rating. Oh, there is one. Yeah, that's called pupil. So pupil, and then finally the one on gray is called a newbie. Yeah, so newbies, they don't have a very high elo per se, but they could also be caused by them not doing court force that often. So there are many factors on why their rating is not as high as the rest. But nonetheless, I believe they should be a very strong contender, because they are selected to this competition in the first place. Right, so let's do a big cheers for them, and hopefully they can do the best for this competition. Okay, so let me just bring you back to the current standings. Most problems solved are currently from A and G, with a lot of problem having solved problem J, A, G, and L. Yes. Okay, so now it's already 1 hour and 26 minutes past the contest. So how about if we take a 5-minute break, right? And for you guys as well, don't forget to hydrate yourself, and then I will be back for more. Okay, so yeah, let me just set up the temporary screen. All right, welcome back, everyone. I hope you had a nice break. Of course, stay hydrated. So I hope you had a good hydration break as well. As you can see from the contest hall, some competitors are actually trying to hydrate themselves as well. So you can see how hydrating is important, right? Keep yourself um, some water around, and I guess you can do well for the rest of the day. Okay, so some news that I see here, not so much different, but other than that, there are some teams that managed to solve five. So Kyoto University, U Tokyo, NTU Taiwan, both teams have managed to solve five problems, as well as Korea U. Yeah, so very good job for them. They managed to solve. I think they all have different combinations. That's funny. Okay, so obviously A, G, J, and L are the most solved problem, right? And I think some of them are actually have managed to solve a problem C and D as well. Yeah, we'll see again as time goes by, as the slideshow rolls over back to the leading teams. But if you miss it, you can always look at the ICPC apac.firebaseapp.com/standings, which is the link given in the description below. So do check that description. It contains a lot of useful information, including the standings. So you can have a clearer information about um, who's of what and who's the first to do so. Okay, so yeah, we have C, D, H, and I. So currently, the problem with no AC is B. Yeah, no one is attempting B, like at all. I checked the entire standing just now, and then I was also trying to take a look at problem. Okay, C and D already have one solved. Problem E, there were some attempts by Yonsei University Endgame, right? But they didn't manage to solve it. So good luck for that. I hope they manage to do it in the end. And then from team F, there is absolutely no one trying to solve that. So it's still B, E, and F. And then problem M. Last but not least, problem M. No one is touching problem M at all. Yeah. So for the isolated problem, we have problem C, D, H, I, and K. You can see that only the top few teams have managed to solve this, and they're the only ones to do so for now. So that also makes them the first team to solve those respective problems. Yeah, so for those who just joined, if you see the current standings, basically green means that they managed to get a accepted submission on the problem. Plus one means that they managed to solve it, but they did one wrong submission beforehand. Plus two if there's two, and so on. And then it minus mean that they still have a wrong submission. They haven't got a correct answer yet, and they have tried that many times to get the wrong answer. And then if they have a star on top of the green, that means they are the first problem to solve. Sorry, the first team to solve that problem. Yeah. So for example, we saw just now that there was a purple star. That means that particular team was the first to solve that particular problem. So yeah, actually, I guess being the first to solve a particular problem is also an achievement, because that means you did it faster than anyone else in this competition. Okay, so far, not many submissions in the queue. Only a few from K and problem K and G. Yeah, so I think in the meantime, while we're waiting for any available uh interviewees, right? Let's try to go through problem K, because I think this was also the first problem to be attempted, but everyone got it wrong, and then they simply switch up to problem L, which is actually easier than expected. Yeah, so give me a while I tune over to problem K. Oh, sorry, don't mind that sound. Okay, so in here we have this and this. All right, so this is problem K, book sorting. Time limit with 3 seconds. So to start off things, we have n books arranged from left to right in the bookshelf, and these books are uniquely labeled from 1 to n. And the I book on the left is labeled PI, and you want to sort the books so that their labels are in ascending order from left to right. But you can only perform one of the following action. You can choose two adjacent books and swap them, choose one book and move it to the leftmost position, and choose one book and move it to the rightmost position. Compute the minimum number of steps required to sort the books. Okay, so it's a very short problem. Maybe that's why people were interested to solve this problem in the first place. Yeah, I can start to see that. Okay, so let's try to take a look at the inputs. Right, you can see that the constraints are n being at most 500,000. So from my personal experience, this is either a very strong n log n algorithm, or it's a simply linear one. Right? Or it could also be all one if there's a closed formula for this. So let's try to take a look at the test cases. We have 6, 2, 1, 3, 4, and 5. So what we can do is we can swap 2 and 1. So now we have 6, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. And then we can swap 4 and 3 to get 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. And then we can simply move 6 over to the end. And that makes it a sorted order. So only 3 is needed. And then 9, 2, 4, 3, 7, 5, 1, 6, they also show that the number of steps is at least 5. You can't do better than that. Okay, there's nothing else on the second page. It's blank. So yeah, maybe that's why people are trying to solve this problem, because it's very the problem is very short in terms of the statement. But solution wise, we will see about that as we interview the judges in the minutes to come. So don't worry, I know it's already 1 hour and 40 minutes in and I haven't interviewed anyone, but we will have enough time to do that. So yeah, uh, bear with me as we go through the current standings and how the contestants perform. Okay, we have a submission from UE 404 skill not found. They are currently trying to solve problem G. There's a test cases. We can see that it's accepted. Congrats to skill not found. Unis everyone, they managed to submit problem G, but they got a wrong answer. So yeah, I think the teams in the middle are doing very well. They pretty much most of them have solved 4 problems, so it's quite a strong competition. What determines is probably just the penalty in the end. But well, there's still 3 more hours, so plot twist can happen. Anything can happen anytime. Okay, so of course keep your spirit up. Keep supporting your favorite teammate, your favorite participants, your favorite university, or maybe if you happen to be a stand of the coaches, then you can also support the coaches as well. And yeah, let's also see how the contestants are doing in the mirror contest. Okay, so give me a while I try to load the current standings. So just a reminder, just now the top team managed to solve 5 problems, right? And the last time we checked the standings in Code Forces, there is a team that solved 6, but now that same team has managed to solve 7. So wow, they're actually really OP in this case. Yeah, so they solved A, C, D, G, H, J, and L. Wow, I'm actually speechless. I don't even know if I can do one question on my own. Maybe I should try brainstorming at some time. Maybe not now, since I'll be thinking of what to say after. I don't want to lose my train of thoughts. But anyways, yeah, we can see that most teams have solved 5 problems, 6 and 7 on the top here, and then the rest, same as the other contestants downstairs at the contest hall, they managed to solve 4 problems. It's always A, uh, G, J, and L. So yeah, those are the main problem that are solved by the competitors. Hmm. Yeah, so let me bring you back to the standings. Sorry about that. Okay, so NUS Pirate managed to get a wrong answer for problem E, And then KU University managed to get time limit exceeded for problem G. And then Hanyang Uni managed to get accepted on problem J, so congrats for them. And you can see other team managed to submit wrong answer. And Binus Lebah Ganteng managed to solve problem J. So yeah, congrats to them as well. Okay, so while we are waiting for the interviewers to come, do enjoy the current standings. I will periodically show what's actually happening real time at the contest hall as well. Okay, so let's see what's currently happening at the contest hall. Give me a while, let me try to load that up. I need to refresh this one. So give me a moment. Let me try to do that for you guys. Okay, let's go back. All right, everyone. Glad to announce that we finally have an interview. So yes, hi everyone. Hi. May I can you introduce yourself to the audience here? Hi, I'm Brian Tsai, as a 47th World Finals ICPC World Finals participant and have got a bronze medal. I'm Boeing as two ICPC World Final participants. I'm Guan Chen, and I was a contestant in ICPC. Okay, so yeah, great to hear from you guys. So I heard you are one of the program authors for this competition. Yes. Maybe you can walk through us briefly about what the program is about. Okay. Our program is problem K. The program is about book sorting that you can move the you are given a permutation of n books and you want to sort it into make a book into the sorted sequence. You can do the operation. The first one is move a book to the leftmost position, and the second one is the move a book to the rightmost position. Or you can swap an adjacent pair of the books. So you can do the three operations and try to minimize the operation that can sort the book into the sorting sequence. Yeah, that is a short description of problem K. Okay, and then do you have any hint to start with the problem? How do we approach this particular problem? The first hint of this problem that we need to represent the sequence into reverse permutation, so that you need to know
the ith book, if what is the position of the ith book in the sequence, and then you can solve the problem in the following form that you want to find a best interval LR so that the inversion between this interval LR plus uh, L minus 1 and plus N minus R is minimized because you can assign the operation in the following form that you can first move some book to the left mode position and move some book to the right mode position. After then, you can append the swap operation in the middle. So this will be the first step of this problem.
I see. So, how would you expect the competitors to perform, like on solving this problem?
Uh, Initially, this problem is uh, this, the solution I have tried to investigate into, and I find that it is not that easy. So it took me some time to discover the solution, and it is discovered by boiling. And I try to. Initially, I don't think his solution is correct, so I take some time to prove his solution. So I think this will not solved by many contestants. But yeah, but I think the uh, the only cure in the current only solve is our advanced solution, and I think it's incredible. I don't think how I cannot believe how fast we can discover that solution.
Okay, so actually, right, what happened during the first day of the contest is that everyone tried to solve problem K.
Oh, I think it's because problem case has a very short
Very
description,
short.
and
Yes.
I think I saw somebody try to guess a simple conclusion of that problem, and but that is pretty wrong. So yeah.
Mm. Okay, cool. So, do you have any expectation for the competition as a whole? Maybe
Mm, I'm
anyone
not
want to
very
guess?
sure because this problem is very. Uh, I think it is a.
Tricky.
It's just like a dream for me.
Okay.
So I don't have very. I don't. I just wish that every contestant can like this problem. Yeah,
Okay.
just enjoy the cool property of this problem. Yeah.
Okay, that's very good to hear from you guys. Any expectation for new programmer that are currently watching this and when they see this program, like, wow, it's so short, but then it's very hard.
Uh, uh, yeah. Just I think solving problem is very fun. So hope every contestant can enjoy the content and and keep in fact keep have some thoughts from this interesting problem.
I see. Okay, I guess that should be it for our interview. Thank you very much for coming over, and yeah, let's hope for the best for this contestant to do well.
Oh, thank
Yeah,
you.
thank you. Okay, and we are back to our standings again. There was an interview from the problem author of problem K. So I was also testing along the way if the audio is working. So do let us know if there are any audio issues with the interview that I can try to adjust it along. Don't worry. For those watching, I'm still reading your comments. So if there's anything that goes wrong, I will try to address this issue as soon as possible. Okay, so currently I'm reading a bunch of OS and stream is lagging. Yeah, I noticed that stream is lagging. So sorry for that technical issue. But I hope it's back now. Okay, so currently the top team is still solving five problems. Okay, currently someone is trying to solve problem C but got wrong answer instead. So it's a good attempt, but try again. And NTH managed to solve problem A. Congrats for them. And then from Waseda University, they tried to solve G, but couldn't make it. So yeah, try again as well. Let me see if I have to do something from here. Okay, I will show you briefly again about the contest page. Okay, so the good news is that I'm starting to figure out why the sound is missing. I just need to be more careful about this one because apparently there are some settings that where that bring you to the same screen, but one of them has no sound, and it got auto directed to that. So yeah, where was I again? As I was showing this, basically I was going through the prizes for the winners, right? So as shown here, top 16 distinct universities will receive gold, silver, bronze medals, but not all of them. Maybe like some, not determined yet. I will figure that out during the interview. Will be selected for the world finals. And then we'd like to thank the host and organizer for organizing this event as a whole. It's been great 50 years since NES Computing was founded, and now is a very good sign of the 50th anniversary, which is the ICPC event. And also for SENSE, Center for Nurturing Computer Excellence. They are the organizers for this event, so thanks to them as well. We also have wonderful sponsors. So from ICPC global sponsor, we have Huawei, Jane Street, and Jump. And then we also have global sponsors programming tools, which is JetBrains. And we also have local sponsors from Hudson River Trading, HRT, from Optiva and Citadel. So yeah, there are great companies that they are willing to sponsor us. So thank you for everyone, all the sponsors. And yeah, let us go back to the contest page again. It is officially 2 hours in the competition, and you can see that the top contestant has managed to solve about five problems or four. Oh, what did I see just now? The Q. Annual Jigger Method solve problem D. Does that make them the fourth? Yes, they managed to be the fourth and they solved five problems. So yeah, congrats to Jägermeister for climbing up back to the gold stage. Okay, let's see what else do we have here. We have UNSW Sydney managed to solve problem H. So that's amazing. They brought themselves back to the ninth place. And then okay, forgive me, but the name was too long, so it's hard for me to read. Let me see if there's a bigger screen for me to read that result. Because I'm not curious on what university is that if it's not compressed. Okay, Hanyang Unif Catastrophe. They managed to get a wrong answer for problem G. That's okay. There's still time for them to catch up. And then we now have Eunice, everyone, solving problem G. So a lot of people, a lot of contestants are trying to solve problem G, and they all got wrong answer. Wow, problem G is. I believe we have covered this, but it can be tricky. I believe the problem can be tricky. Okay, so give me a moment while I'm trying to schedule the interviewers. Do enjoy the current standings. I'll be back in 5 minutes. So I simply just show this for now. All right, hi everyone. So, in here, I already have someone that I'm going to interview. So let's try to hide all of these, and then we can try to, yes. So,
Hi.
um, okay, give us a moment. The webcam is lagging for a bit.
Yes. Hi.
Yes. Okay.
Hello.
So let me just tune into the full speaker mode. And yes, hi. Can you introduce yourself with the audience?
I am Steven. I am the contest director of this 2025 ICPC Asia Pacific Championship. Yeah.
Okay, so what is your main role other than being a regional contest director here?
Championship director.
Championship director. Okay.
uh, I organize. So the work have started since last year when I bid for this championship, hosting role back in Luxor World Final. After Singapore got after NUS got the bid, we work hard behind the scene to talk with various sponsors, global, local, combined, ICP Foundation, led by Bill Potter, Miss Veronica Soboleva, and Miss Nidya Mohan. We work hard behind the scene to secure the required funding to run all of this. And then after that, we waited for the other regionals to complete first. So South Pacific around October, and then Taichung, and then Seoul, Jakarta, and then Hanoi, finally Yokohama around 20 something December. The moment Yokohama contest ends, our work starts, starting by compiling the top 65 ranking. We invite them from the top one by one until we get 65. Eventually, almost everybody in the top 65 accepted the invitation. We only go down to 66 something, right? Only one team declined, but the rest all accept, and they are all here. So the best 65 teams are really, really in this competition, fighting hard to be the 2025 Asia Pacific champion. Yeah. Then after that, we work with the sponsors to like decide what are their requirements, how to set up their rooms, the sponsor rooms. And now, before this interview, I am busy downstairs discussing with each one of the sponsor uh, who will be coming up on stage tonight during closing ceremony to present their prizes because everyone wants to reward these best 16 teams. There will be 8 bronze, 4 silver, 4 gold, including the winner. Yeah, so it's a lot of work. And I also want to publicly in this live stream, right? It's live
Yeah,
stream, and the
it
live
is.
stream publicly acknowledge teams from the judging team, led by Mr. Jonathan Irvin Gunawan. Uh, he he and his team of judges have created a lot of nice, hard, challenging tasks. They told me they prepared 15 A, B, C until J, K, L, M, N, O. And as we know, the no and O were not there actually. So there were actually only 13 problems. These 13 problems will determine the champion, the gold, the silver, and the bronze. Yeah, so there are a lot of judges and problem authors and testers behind the scene that are not currently even mentioned in the contest webpage because we do not want the. I mean, Irvin told me that they don't want the. If you know, oh, this person set a problem, then you will study what kind of problem that he or she has set or like or write a blog about. Then you will train on that specific person's type.
Mm.
Yeah, that's because my personal experience. student study my past paper, not just past semester, past 10 years series of my past paper. They prepare for my upcoming midterm test or final. So we hide the names. So they are hidden behind the scene until tonight when we in the closing ceremony we will reveal who they are. And we also have a international technical committee led by Associate Professor Ri Yamaguchi from University of Tokyo. She and her Japanese team are working hard to run the dome judge system. And then we also have other volunteers helping with the printing and balloon and stuff. Yeah. And I also want to personally thank you, Russell, because if you did not agree last minute, I think a few days ago, I guess,
Yeah,
then
a
there
few
won't
days
be
ago.
this live stream. We'll be just watching scoreboard and nothing else. So Russell, this is his first time running this live streaming system. I'm looking at the many screens over here. That's very nice. Yeah. Okay. And what else? Then I also want to publicly acknowledge people behind the scene, Miss Irene Ong, Miss Teo Pepe, and also my wife, Grace, who were pursued in to help with the registration, the last minute registration issues downstairs. Yeah, a lot of people behind the scene to make this work. Okay, so thank you all.
Since there's a lot of preparation done beforehand, and I think it ended well for the contest to run properly as expected.
Uh, my stress level is still quite high, but when the clock turns 3 p.m. and nothing breaks down, because at the moment something breaks down, my phone will start ringing. Then hey, Prof Salim, come down. Something happened. So what do we do? So that's the level of stress that I'm currently having. Once it comes 3 p.m., I will be one of the most relaxed person. Whew,
We should
finger
hope there's
crossed.
no technical
Yeah, no
difficulties.
technical difficulties,
Yeah.
and we can crown the true winners.
Okay. And have you seen the problem beforehand?
No, Irfin is okay. So we want to print program sets, right?
Mm.
He did not even let me be 10 meters near him
Okay.
because he know I probably can solve some. I
Mm.
probably cannot solve the hardest one or the medium one, but maybe the easiest one, the first few, I can probably solve it.
Okay.
So I was not allowed to even see the problem statement.
Okay.
I was told there will be 15 problems. I was told to curate 15 colored balloons.
Mm.
So I thought, wow, crazy. 15 problems. You want to kill the contestants or what? Yeah. It turns out that the NO is actually not real. Yeah.
Because I think compared to last year, it was how many problems were there last year? But it's only for 4 hours. But now we have
No, it's 5 hours.
5 hours
So
as
it's 5
well.
hours.
Okay,
ICPC or 5 hours.
5 hours, right? Yeah.
Yeah.
So maybe it was the last year that was cut short. Okay. Anyways, how about the performance of the teams? Do you have any comments on the current standing so far?
Okay, I need to refresh the current standing.
Okay.
Can you see?
Yes.
Okay, I have
Yeah.
a.
They can see it in the link in the
Oh, in
description.
the overlay. Okay.
Yes, in the overlay.
Oh, okay. Yeah, and US,
So
Taiwan, Tokyo, Taiwan, and US, Sydney. Wait, no. Kyoto, Tokyo, Taiwan. Yeah.
yeah, this is
Okay.
this is the current standings right now.
So looking at the gold, NUS, Taiwan, Kyoto, Tokyo, and the rest. Yes. Okay. Right. So of course, currently, I need to wear. Okay, I wear two hats. As a contest director, I want to find the best 16 teams to right? Oh, I cannot say that. Right. I cannot say that. The ICPC Apex secretaries repeatedly remind me that only the gold are confirmed world finalists. The next four silver are 99% world finalists 25, and the bronze, especially rank 14, 15, 16, something like that, is like most likely world finalists 25. So I cannot say for certain because it all depends whether the what is the host requirement for world final 25, how many slots given to Asia Pacific.
But we
Yeah.
can tell for sure that the gold and the silvers are
I was told this is what I'm going to say in the closing ceremony.
okay.
Gold 100%.
Okay.
Silver maybe especially the rank 8,
Mhm.
7, 8. 99 something percent.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, and then bronze, especially rank 14, 15, 16. I don't know. It depends what is the slot, how many slot that is given to HFS.
Mm.
So if looking at the scoreboard, uh, as a contest director, I want to have 16 different. I want to have the best X top X team that will represent this region in Baku World Final 25.
Mm.
Because as a contest director of Asia Pacific, we want teams in Asia Pacific to do very well in the World Final 25. And
That's
that's the
true.
purpose of this championship to truly find the best X. X is available,
Mm-hmm.
best X in this region this year to represent this region for World Finals.
Forward finals.
Previously, before there is a championship, they advance directly to from regionals to World Finals.
Mm.
Uh, but the difficulty level, the team quality of each regionals are vary, where they are not standard.
Mm.
So that's why we and also if we only send the champion or the second place for each region, uh, there are many more regionals these days,
Mm.
and world finals are supposed to be a constant number, about 130, 140 teams. Because if the number of regional grow and there are many top threes, and if we send them all to a final, the size of the final will grow from 140, 150, 160. Then nobody want to host world final because the cost will be exorbitant.
That's true.
Yeah, so the wisdom of ICPC Foundation is, yeah, let's make it constant.
Mm.
But if you make it constant and then there are more and more regionals, what happens? Then we can only send the winners or maybe top two. Then how about rank three, rank four, rank five in the regional? They are not bad. They're strong teams, but they never experience world final level.
Mm.
So therefore, in the wisdom of Prof. Bill Porcher, back in 2018 or 19, around that time, he have an idea, divide and conquer.
Okay.
World final remain constant, so 140 slots. No, even if the number of regional grows, what if for every sub region, super region, create one championship
Mm.
and make this championship of world final quality. Yeah. Although sorry for the teams, I cannot give you free hotel stay. In world finals, every world finalist will get a free hotel. But as many of the teams and coaches should have testified, last night dinner was nice, right?
It was nice. Even though I came in 30 minutes before it ends, I think I still
Maybe you
enjoyed
want to
most of it.
elaborate what's the level,
What do you mean level?
uh, where was it, and was where's the venue, and what whether the food was nice.
Yeah. So the dinner yesterday was held at Fullerton Hotel. I think it's one of the best hotels that I've seen in Singapore, and the dinner was very nice. I think the contestants really enjoyed it. I also enjoyed it even though I only have 30 minutes left because I came in late. I was doing some tear down for the dress rehearsal yesterday, but I think it's a very good event after all. Especially the sponsors as well are helping, so that's good. Yeah.
And we tomorrow we still have Universal Studios excursion for everyone with tickets, everyone with badges like this. You will be able to have Universal Studios excursion.
Mm.
And yeah, so we want to create a World Final experience. Even the contest hall itself is set up to mirror World Final as closely as possible.
Mm.
Yeah.
Okay, so that's good to hear that the preparation done is like very exhaustive and is executed to perfection.
Hopefully, don't jinx it. It's what how 2.5 more, 2.5 more
Yeah,
hours
that's
to
true.
pray. Yeah, once it's 3 p.m., everything works well. Pray, thank you, God. Yeah,
Because judging from yesterday's just rehearsal, I think overall it went well, right?
yeah.
Mm.
Yes. 2.5 more hours. Yes.
So, do you have any advice for the newcomers like currently watching this live stream? Like, if they are into competitive programming, how should you start?
All right, I should do some publicity. I don't bring my book; it's somewhere in my office. But I do wrote competitive programming books with my brother. He's not here, and Dr. Suhendri is downstairs with the balloons. Yeah, and frame out. We wrote what we know about these competitions, and what is the tips for doing at least for the beginners, because the
Mm.
book is tailored to increase the lower bound. So if you have some basic good maths, basic programming skills, and you want to move from that level to maybe intermediate, then reading my book is good.
Mm.
Once you master everything that I wrote, there is a much higher level. The sky is the limit. So after that, the training needed to move you to this championship level. There are many other resources like co-forces, gyms, Adcoder for the Japanese. What else? What else? Oh, Katis. Yeah,
This,
okay. Yeah, this
yeah.
guy. This guy is a top six in Katis. So he has long surpassed my Katis point. I think I start at 7,777, and then after that it drops to, I don't know what is the
I
number,
think it
but
went up to 7.8.
it depends. Yeah,
Yeah.
I stopped at 7,777 because I like seven. My name is Steven. And then he has long do 12,000.
I think yeah, 12,000
12,000.
currently.
Yeah. So uh how did you do it?
So basically, I was trying to source the easy problem. I tried to categorize them. Like for example, if I'm looking for math problem, maybe I can try to find all the math problems out
Okay.
there. Um, I was actually trying to solve it with Python, so that's an extra challenge for me.
I also switched to Python.
Yeah.
To that means I because I focusing on easy problems also. So
Mm.
I try to code short.
But even when it's hard, I still try to
I
do
switch
it
to C++.
in Python.
For time critical problem, always default switch to C++.
Because I was trying to test like to what case I can bring Python to AC with the same time limit as C plus plus. So I
And he
had
has a lot of tricks for that. Yeah, I know. Yeah.
yeah, I found out a lot of tricks along the way. I think it was a
Maybe you
good
can
research journey.
also write a blog on it. You maybe especially the Python tips for doing how to do CP with pure Python. Yeah.
Maybe I do it sometime on my
Yes.
current website. Currently I host my website in my GitHub page. So
Oh, you
I
can freely advertise this. This
okay.
is seen by whoever watching, right? Yeah.
Okay, so you can simply go to github.com russell-332, Russell with two S and two L's, dash as in dash running, and then 332, so 332. Yeah, that's my username currently. Yeah. So okay, so that's about the advice for newcomers. How about the strong teams currently in the league? Maybe like the NUS team. I saw them on top of the standings.
Are they still on top after doing this during this interview?
I think they were doing well.
Now they drop, right? Let's see.
They're still second.
Okay,
Yeah,
yeah, right.
Jägermeister is second, and
Okay,
then
and then the rest
Spiral and
seven,
Penguin figure
seven,
7 and
eight.
8. Yeah.
Okay.
So they saw like 6 and 5 problems.
Okay, so for the top side, there were advanced training. Like we last week before the championship, we invited this to everybody. We hosted OCPC mirror camp, uh, hosted by OCJAC, led by my ex Singapore gold medalist Ashley Koo in Singapore. So we had that training. I look at it from said, "Ayo, very difficult." Yeah. So that is the level that we have. So beyond basic, there are contest trainings targeted for the top of the top.
Mm.
Yeah. So those are the trainings needed for doing very high level competition.
Okay,
Yeah, but my book is for the beginners.
I see. Curious question. Do you know how they came up with the names for the teams? Like, how did they come up with Jägermeister?
It's a I cannot say it. It's a something with a lot of percentage. It's a drink with a lot of percentages.
Oh, okay.
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 And then
Spiral
pink
is.
spiral. I don't know why they call it themselves spiral. So penguin is because they call themselves a group of penguin.
Okay.
And then one of them, if they're not wrong, their core forces handle is penguin.
But I thought Penguin is at the other team. The one in Penguin field is actually the feeder.
Oh yeah, yeah, okay, yeah, okay,
So
yeah.
maybe there's a funny story behind this
There it
among
is.
them. Okay, I guess it's good to hear how the preparation was done, how it went well, and
Yeah.
yeah, I hope
2 hours, 28 more minutes.
yes, we have to all the
Hopefully everything goes well.
Mm.
Okay.
Okay.
Thank you, Russell.
Thank you,
Thank you.
Stephen,
Yeah.
for having this interview. Yeah.
Yes.
See you for
See you.
the next part of the
Okay.
podcast. Okay,
Bye bye.
bye bye. Yes, and that's it, guys, from the interview from with me and Prof. Stephen. So I hope you have a lot of insight about how the contest is run and how the contest is being executed. right? Including the dress rehearsal and the events that follows them. For example, like the dinner yesterday, sponsored by J Street actually. It's at Fulton Hotel. So yeah, once again, thank you to all the sponsors for sponsoring this. And now let us go back to the contest page. Oh, it's empty. Yes, let me bring it back. Magic scoreboard. And then we have magic again for the queue. And I guess that's about it. Okay, I will briefly show the statistics toggle for this. This basically shows you how many problems are being solved by how many teams. Yeah, so for every problem, like how many solvers and how many are attempting but they haven't managed to solve it. So we can see that problem L has successfully been solved by all the teams. Yeah, we can see a big fat 65 there. And then for problem A, there's 61, so there are 4 teams left who haven't solved problem A. And then from problem J, we have 59 teams solve it, and then one still wrong. So they are probably still trying to close the gap for that. Problem G, we have 50 and 13. Okay, so 50 teams have solved it, 13 is still trying to solve it, and then 2 teams haven't even tried to attempt it yet. Or maybe they're still working, but they haven't submit anything. Yeah, so that's it for the statistic right now. We can see that no one has touched problem B and M yet. So maybe we can try to take a look at problem B to see what it's like there. Okay, so give me a moment. I will try to load problem B and we can see how daunting it is, supposedly, for them. Okay, I really hope that I am not presenting with no sound. Okay, so presentation, full screen, and go. Yes, so problem B is about three-dimensional embedding. Oh, even the name looks very complex. An embedding of a graph in a space is a way of placing each vertex at a distinct point in that space and drawing each edge as simple arc connecting its two vertices so that no two arcs intersect except at the shared vertex. So in this problem, we focus on embedding in a three-dimensional space under certain conditions. Oh wow. Maybe that's why it's hard. It's three dimensions out of two dimension. And then we are given some graph with n vertex and m edges. Okay, the rest are formal definition, I believe. Oh, and this one. Each j okay, each edge j connects to distinct vertices vj and wj, and each vertex is incident to at most 5 edges. So maybe this is a good clue that the degree of the nodes is at most 5. Right? And then we want to find an embedding of the graph such that all the following conditions are satisfied. So each vertex I is embedded as a point this in the space, and they should be between 0 and 400 inclusive, and should all be distinct. Okay, so currently they are all at the xy plane, right? And then every xj is embedded as a polyline, which is a connected series of line segments with the embedded points for vertices vj and wj at its endpoints. Okay, and then each segment of the polyline must be parallel to the x, y, or z axis. And each node of the polyline must have integer coordinates and cannot have more than 30 nodes counting its endpoints. And they should not have self intersections. Wow, even personally reading this problem seems like it's gonna be a lot of construction work here. Yeah, the outputting is basically just the points, like the key points of this embedding. They are provided with a command line tool for local testing. So yeah, I think visual really helps even for me, right, to see how the vertex are actually embedded. Okay, so if we have three vertices like this, we can have these points and make it a polyline. So yeah, so I think that's a very brief description on problem B. Let's go back to the main page and see how is it going on. So I think some teams are trying to solve problem D right now, and we see some accepted submission at the top of the standings, which is good. Some teams are trying to solve problem I and G, but they got wrong answer. Let's wait for this one. They're solving problem D, and It's still yellow, so we're waiting for it, and suspend, and it's accepted. Congrats! And they're now placed at fourth. Yeah. So wow, wonderful. That's quite a suspense. Even myself, even not doing it, I can feel they're really anxiously waiting for the test cases to run, and hopefully they're not getting a time limit because I think the last one took a bit of time. Yeah, so they were solving problem D, and now they're at fourth. National Taiwan University fruit advantages. Yeah, so congrats for fruit advantages, and also for penguin feeders, they just solved problem H as well. So congrats to them. And yeah, in the meantime, I will again show the standing right with some music as I will find the next interviewer. So yeah, enjoy the music. Okay, and now I'm here with one of the problem authors for this competition. Could you introduce yourself?
Hello, hello. So yeah, my name is Aji. Currently, I'm assistant professor at MBZUAI. I authored the problem L, I believe, if the letter is correct,
Mm,
is on the Q problem.
the snake problem, right?
Yes,
Mm. Yeah, I think this is one of the most solved problem. I think everyone
I
has
think
managed to solve it. Yeah,
yes.
65 of them have solved it. So maybe can you briefly explain to the viewer what the problem is about?
So the problem is uh imagine like in real life, right? Like you have a long queue and then the queue like make like some sort of like a snake. So basically you have two-dimensional grid and then you have this like queue order. Look, so this is number one, number two, number three, number four until like how many people there. And then you are somewhere in the queue, right? So you are
Mm.
somewhere in the queue and you are looking for somebody else. But you don't know where is this person is. It could be anywhere. So it was asking, what is the probability that if you follow the queue, at some point you will meet that person, right? The definition of meeting that person is that like you are adjacent to the grid, basically, right? So yeah, because at some point you might intersect with the other person because the queue is like making like a lot of overlapping each other.
So do you expect in the first place that this problem will be one of the easiest problem and everyone solve it like this is the first problem solved?
Yeah, I mean, it should be pretty straightforward, I think. So it should be one of the easier one, and it's good that everybody solves because otherwise,
Mm.
at least everybody has a problem to solve, right?
Okay, so let's say for some audience who maybe still don't know how it actually works, maybe can you walk through them briefly how you're supposed to tackle the problem?
Yes. So we know that the queue is given, right? The order of the queue is given. So we can start with the knife solution first because you know where you are. So the knife solution is you just simulate the queue movement, right? So
Mm.
you're at this position and you move one by one, right? Every time you move, you have to check the adjacent location of your place and then see if you meet someone new. If you meet someone new, you put it on the set, and then your answer is basically all the unique people you've met during the queue simulation. So that's actually the solution itself, but you have to optimize it, right? So if you manually simulate the queue, it will be, I guess that depends on the implementation, but it's going to be time limit, right?
Yes.
So from there, you want to basically still do the same. You want to simulate the queue, but rather than actually like uh, manually moving all the queue one by one, you can just put like the order, right? So if you've moved by X, for example, you know your neighboring people already moved by X anyway. So basically now the complexity is basically O n, where n is the length of the queue.
Mm. I see. Yeah. So for those trying to solve it in the mirror contest, here's a hint from the problem author himself.
That is the solution actually.
And social as well. Yes, that's true. I think it's really straightforward. After that, so do you have any expectations for the contestants in overall in this competition?
for the for which contestant then?
Like anything like the contest overall maybe.
Hmm.
Maybe you've seen some contenders before entering the contest hall.
I think this is the interesting one, right? So, uh, if you look at the top scores right now, they have like I think still six problem unless like it's not updated now.
I believe someone just
Uh,
solved seven
do we
recently.
have seven already?
We already have seven.
Oh,
Yeah,
okay.
from U Tokyo and
Uh,
NTU STD apps.
but what makes this interesting is that aside from the most easy one, they have different problems to solve, right? So, for
Yes.
example, you could have solved B or maybe F, right, or maybe age.
Mm-hmm.
So the order is not like fixed, right? There is no order. Oh, this is the next problem that I have to solve. So they have to think of like which order that like which problem I should have solve next. In which I think is very interesting now because
Mm.
like this is also a strategy which problem you have to solve. And it's like
It's
it could be anyone's.
it's a very interesting skill because I think most of the exam, like let's say in regular school, they probably have it in sequential order of difficulty, right? So they expect
Mm-hmm.
the hardest to be at the front. But in here, the easiest could be anywhere among these 13 problems, and the hardest could be anywhere as well. So yeah, I think that's a good skill to have to be able to read quickly what questions that are the easiest, then they can solve them first to
Yeah.
minimize the penalty.
right? You usually have like, let's say 12, 13 problem. You're gonna split between your teammates, and then
Mm.
everybody read in parallel and decide, okay, let's solve this first.
Yes, that's true.
If you make a wrong move, then you're stuck on solving apparently hard problem, and then you waste time.
Mm.
So, yeah.
Okay, and one more question. Do you have any like advice for newcomers currently watching this stream? I know most of the people here are not necessarily competitive programmer. They're just excited to see what's going on here. So maybe you can have a few pointers for this.
I think, we definitely start with basic programming, right? So if you cannot program yet, start from there, right? Once you are able to program, simple programming like for if, loop, branch, and other stuff, uh, it's just a matter of practicing really, right?
Mm.
Start solving problems from the easy one. So if you're just starting, it's okay to start with predefined problems. So for example, okay, today I'll practice about greedy, and you solve a lot of greedy problems. Then once you're comfortable with greedy, you move on. Let's say I want to practice about tree, and then dynamic programming. So you cover the bases, right? Then after you cover these basics, then you just start, joining contests like Code Forces, AdCoder, and other like contests. And then after a while, then you should get more. Your skills should get up, and you should improve your skills.
I see. Have you seen the current standings for Code Force Mirror contest and whether they're actually doing better than?
I did before. I think they are generally doing better than this one. However, though, we don't know, right? Maybe because they have three people, they might submit together. As in, like someone is working on some problem, the other working on the other
Mm,
problem.
that's true. So yeah, I think the last time I checked, when someone in the contest just managed to solve six, someone already solved seven, and now we have
Nine,
nine here.
all red. Most of them
Okay, to full screen and yes. So this is the current standing for the mirror contest. Yeah, nine. Problem L is like all plus already, so that's for sure. But
are.
987.
Nobody touch B
The,
yet.
the the graph embedding, that's great. Yeah, I previously I actually covered through the problems there, but even myself might take a while to actually know how to approach this problem because it's 3D.
Mm.
So what conjure black magic are we going to have here? Yeah. So okay, I think that should be it. So yeah, thank you very much for coming over, and hope to see you sometime later.
Thank you,
Yeah,
thank you.
thank you very much. And yeah, that is it. The interview with the program author from L, Mr. RG. So yeah, I hope you have even more insight about how the problem is done and also more advice for the newcomer on how to tackle the world of competitive programming. I think personally for myself, I also did about the same thing. So actually, initially I was trying out the problem just to augment my understanding of data structure and algorithm as a single module, right? Not necessarily into competitive programming. So this is what like regular university students would learn as well. But then I realized that there's more into that, and I can keep exploring these problems, maybe from the same topic, and then I can keep extending my topic list into a even broader context. So I think the reason why I kept going doing Captain's problem back then was I was initially trying to learn C++. You see, on in my major, I think I didn't have any module that requires C++. But I was very curious, like, how come so many people are able to do C++? So I decided to try out some easy problem, and I want to test out how it's being coded in C++. Like, for example, how to read input, how to do control flows like for loops, if, um, maybe match, switch, and break. And sorry about that. And then moving on to some ad hoc problems, like maybe I can just do a follow and actually read the problem context and then compute something with it. So I also get to explore different library that is supported in C++, like math, data structure like vector and stuff. So that was like, I think back in 2021 when I was a first year student, and I had zero idea of what C++ is. And I think the journey kept going, right? So as I expand my learning in C++, I also began to work with Python as well, but on different topics, different algorithms. Like for example, as Mr. Aji said, you do dynamic programming and you keep doing dynamic programming. Once you master that, you keep doing, let's say, like graph algorithm, and then once you're done with graph, you keep going to, let's say, segment trees and so on, right? So I think being able to categorize the problem into the mastery topic really helps you to, um, yeah, basically solidifies your grinding journey, and that's basically where it will lead you to, right? And even now, my current full time work is actually mainly dealing with C++ code, not so much on Python. I use that mainly to do scripting, but it's only like small automation stuff. The actual code base is actually in C++. So I think having learned C++ on my own hand, like self-learning, right, instead of the taking some module that requires C++, really helped me to actually be where I am now. Yeah. But of course, on competitive programming problem, even though I can use C++, I will still prefer using Python. Again, I want to see, I want to try out like to what extent I can use very weird but legit optimizations in Python that I can actually pass the time limit, right, despite having the same time limit as the one for C++. So for example, like this problem, they give you like 3 seconds. And maybe in C++ you can do it in like say uh 0.15 seconds, right? So maybe Python can do it. Obviously Python will do it slower, but can it still hit be under the 3 second time limit? So that was my mindset as I was doing those problems and I was grinding along the way. Well, if I happen to be faster than C++ submission, I guess that's a reward for myself. But that was really my intention in the first place. But then, of course, along the way, as I tried these different problems, I end up learning these algorithms myself. I actually browse through different research problems to see for different properties and different, um, yeah, unique things that you can use for solving these algorithmic problems. So I guess it's a good thing to start your competitive programming journey that way. So I hope those advices really help. And now let's take a look back at our current standings. Uh, I need a bigger one for my own end because I think the uni names are starting to become longer than I expected. So yeah, from Seoul National University, Tasing how they try to solve problem D, they got time limit exceeded. So tough luck, but I think they still have time to solve this. Yeah, I think there's not a lot of people that solve problem D. So let me just trigger the statistics for a while. Yeah, problem D we have 12 accepted submissions and two incorrect submissions. So I guess it's quite one of the hardest problem. That other than problem L, I don't see any other problem with full solve. So I guess we'll wait for problem A to be completely solved. And then we have VNU ACM. They just submitted problem H. They got wrong answer. From Postec, they got forking. What a pun intended, by the way. So it's problem I, and they got wrong answer for that. Okay, let me hide the statistics again. So now we are almost 3 hours in, which means that we have 2 hours left. I hope I have entertained all of you guys with my yapping well for the past 3 hours. If there was any technical difficulties, I'm sorry for that, and I will try to rectify it as soon as possible. So for now, while we're waiting for more submissions to come and more outstanding facts of the statistics to come, let's try to take a look at the comments in the live chat. Obviously, I can see them. I have my own phone. Can you broadcast the team screens? So yes, as I mentioned previously, I cannot directly broadcast into their screen, but I do have access to the contest hall camera, so we can see them from that POV instead. And I hope that should be sufficient to see what's actually going on inside the contest hall. Are they anxious when they manage to solve a problem? Are they celebrating that long, or are they just like, okay, yes, solve it, next problem, and then they can't be really too happy about it because again, contest has not ended yet. Maybe after the last few contests, then that's where they will realize that, oh, I think we can win this. We can secure. So plot twist can happen because there's this one thing that is that I forgot to mention for standings. Basically, this standing will keep updated only until the last 30 minutes of the contest. And after that, any other submissions can still be accepted, but it will not be shown here, whether it's accepted or whether it's incorrect. And US Jägermeister managed to solve 7 problems. They got accepted on problem C. So now let's see how many teams managed to solve 7 problems. I think it's been a while. We have 3, yeah, Screenwalkers, STD Apps, and Jägermeister. These 3 are really strong contenders. Actually, even when I was at the staff hall, I realized that they were already projected to be a very strong contender. But of course, we can expect more dark horses to come, and maybe this competition will be more interesting than it's supposed to be in the first place. So yeah, let's move on. Maybe for now, I will show you the current state of what's happening in the contest hall. We can do some, go through like some panning. Okay, so give me a moment where I try to move over the screen to that side. Okay. Okay. So yeah, this is one of the smaller contest hall. It only consists of 15 contestants, and the 50 other teams were on the bigger contest hall with 2 cameras. So I'll just do a quick pan through of what's going on here. These are some of the teams, and yeah, we can see from here, the HN ACMUT Fury Firefly. Okay, quite a long name, but I think I can read that loud and clear. Let's see what they're up to right now. So they're reading what are the problem. Maybe can we have a pick on what problem are they looking at right now? Okay, yeah, they're currently discussing. So it's interesting to see how this contest will play out for them. Okay, I think they're trying to solve problem H. Maybe we can take a quick look and see. Yeah, that looks like problem H, alright. So they're trying to solve problem H. Yeah, they're probably discussing how to tackle this problem and stuff. There's only 2 of them, so maybe one more is taking hydration break, or maybe not part of this camera. Maybe they're on this side. Oh, okay, never mind. The chair is empty. Okay, so let's move on to the other side of the contest room. Right, there are some balloon runners you see running around. So basically, when someone manages to solve a problem, there will be balloon runners that come over the table and put balloons on top of this. They look like rubbish bin, but they're actually just to store the balloons because they have this net-like structure that helps them to keep the balloons intact without having to fall. I think that's a clever way though to think of how to store the balloons. Okay, and then here we have For You and For Me from Universitas Indonesia. Let's see what they're up to right now. Maybe we can have a zoom on the screen. Okay, they're having a good laugh of something. Could be some fact, could be the fact that they probably can solve this later, or I'm not sure. I'm just speculating at this point. But yeah, I should hope for the best for this team. Let's see if there are other things that I can zoom in and see what they're working on. Bochi the techie. Okay, those are some scratch papers. Let's see what problem they are currently solving. So we have a good zoom, and it seems like they're working on problem D. That's problem D, but I think the top page is showing some other problem. Can't tell what that is from the sample test cases. But yeah, all the best for this team as well. So yeah, now you have a pretty much brief overview about how the contest hall is going on. Right, the standing is shown at the front of the class with two big screens like that, and then you have some contest staff also roaming around to make sure that everything runs perfectly. Yeah, so these are the general standings. You can also see it once again. The link is provided in the description below. ICPC APEC firebase-app.com standings. Right, you can see who solved it first, how many solved what, and what problems are being solved by who. Right, so all those information you can get it from the standings. Okay, so I will bring you back to the current standings where I'll try to move over to the other contest hall and see if I have a good view of how is it going there. All right, so bringing you over to the bigger contest hall, there are 50 teams, and you can see that there's a lot of balloons. It means there's a lot of problems, so that's good. Um, that's a contest star roaming there. Okay, so let's take a look at this side. Any interesting teams? I think they're all at that serious phases, so I don't see any weird things happening. So that's good. Let's take a look at one team here because it's one of the closest to the camera. So I think they're currently trying to. This is from Objective QB1 from Kyoto University. They're trying to solve. Okay, I can't tell what the problem is. They're blocking the paper that they're working on, but I'm sure they'll do fine. After all, I think they are still leading at the standings to top positions. Yeah, so I guess that I don't think about it and hope for the best for this team. We have Screenwalkers. I remember last time they were leading at 7 problems being solved, so they should be quite strong until the end of the contest. Yeah, maybe any cheers for teams here that you're supporting for. Do across the live stream chat. Like that, for example, if you're supporting Team Screenwalkers, you say "Go Screenwalkers," or maybe if you're supporting Team Spiral, "Go Spiral," or maybe you have other phrases to chant. Okay, so that's Screenwalkers. Let's move over to this side. We currently have this is from NEU. Yeah, NEU Gugu Gaga with the cute looking Detective Conan plush. One of my favorite characters as well. I think even my GitHub profile has Detective Conan as the profile picture. I think one small motivation of why I use that as the profile picture is because I kind of look like him in real life. I don't know. You be the judge of it, right? I mean, in terms of stature, appearance, I resonate to him quite a lot personally. Yeah, some blue runner, it means that they probably just solve. The Screenwalker just solved one problem. Oh yes, and they did actually. If you take a look briefly at the standings, right, you see the queue. You Tokyo Screenwalkers managed to solve problem D, and that makes it 8 problems. Congrats to them. They are currently leading as the only team with 8 problems solved. Wow, amazing performance. Okay, so now that we know that Screenwalkers managed to get the eighth problem, let's get back to the contest hall, whatever's happening there. And now we take a look at Team Spiral. Do we have a good view of Team Spiral? I think only the table side that can be seen. Oh, never mind. You can see them clearly that they are working on something. Hard to tell what problem it is. So, and look at those tumblers. They look amazing. So shout out to Jump Trading for as a sponsor for providing them these tumblers so that they can be in the contest hall without having to quench the. Yeah, not sure what problem it is. I think it should be one of the papers here. Okay, so that's Team Spiral for you guys. And let's take a look at team. Okay, how do we describe these emojis? Like confused face or something like that. They're just being serious at their table, so I can't see much from this side. And then there are other teams as well from right here. Oops, blocked by balloons. I guess they solved a lot of problems already. So let's just bring it back to normal zoom mode. And yeah, so it's 1 p.m. here, as you can tell from the clock over there. And I think a few hours ago it was raining, so it will be quite a chilly afternoon for all of us currently in Singapore. So you just make sure to be safe if you're on the road. But if you're at home, do make sure to attempt the online contest, the mirror contest at Code Forces. We will always show the link in the description and also at the ticker at the bottom of the screen if I'm showing the standings. Okay, so let's go back to the standings while I am trying to show you the third point of view because we have three cameras currently. So I'm going to plan to um, show you the other POV of the same contest hall. Okay, camera's taking a while. No worries. We can currently queue is quite silent. Okay, let's bring you guys back to the other side of the contest hall. So there it is. Uh, More teams to have a look at. Okay, the one close to the camera is this one. I'm not sure what plushie this is. I thought at first it was a Hatsune Miku plushie, but I can't tell what it is. So maybe if some of you are a big fan of that particular show, maybe you can let me know in the comments. Then I can give a shout out to this character. But yeah, they are from Redshift from Sokam University. And I think they're currently typing on one particular problem. So let's try to take a look at what they are working on. I hope the camera can focus all the way through. Okay, yeah, nice. I think we have a good POV here. Yeah, so can anyone tell what problem are they working on? There's a ceiling, square wave function, and stuff. Let me try to move this a bit to the right. They seem to be working on problem I. Wait, no, but that main CPP, so I can't tell for sure what exactly this problem is. But anyways, yeah, this is their current screen. I think everyone is having this kind of view. If they're not submitting a problem, they're probably doing the typing of the code itself. Okay, I still couldn't find the other NUS teams. So for those of you interested to see later, we will go through this thing one by one. So yeah, that's Sokang University. Let's bring back our Zoom and then maybe take a look at this, the one thing over here. This is from Wayne Wilderness. I saw some cheers for this team beforehand. Maybe you can give it up again for Wayne Wilderness from Kyung Hee University. Yeah, they saw some problems as well. That's great. And okay, the view is blocked, so we can't tell what actually they are working on, but I'm sure they'll do fine. So yeah, all the best for them. Yeah, I saw the comments. The thumbs are amazing. So yeah, great sponsor by the way. Okay, how about this side? What's this? All-time legend from Sokang University as well. Do I pronounce it Sokang or Sogang? I think it should be Sokang, right? Correct me if I'm wrong. So yeah, apologies for that. This one is from Azure from VNU. They're also working on some problem, but I think it's hard to tell what problem it is. Oh, there we have it. There's penguin feeders. You see briefly there's a name at the top corner left. So penguin feeders and what if I zoom out a bit to see which particular table they're at? Because it's blocked by the balloons and all that, so it's quite hard to see. But anyways, you know that they are currently there. I hope they are cooking well. Cooking some nice problems and to solve. And in here we have NTU from Food Advantage. These are also one of the leading teams. So I think they're very serious about it, and yeah, let's just hope they are doing the best. Okay, sorry for the up and down. I was trying to adjust to focus the view on them, but I think it's quite harder than expected. Yeah, okay, so I have no choice but to put it here. Yeah, it's probably my best option. Yeah, so this is Food Advantages from NTU Taiwan. There's also NTU from Singapore, but I haven't found them yet. So I think along the way we will see if there's any. Okay, so yeah, that's it for Food Advantages. Let's take a look at this side. So close to the front of the contest hall, we have team everyone from Ulsan National Institute of Science and Technology. They're currently looking at the standings to see how they fare to the other, but I think uh, no worries us. They're still working on that problem, so I think they're doing fine as well. Just opposite them, I think this is NYCU, yeah, National Yangming Chiao University. So yeah, NYCU might go, and I can't see the faces currently. Yeah, because they are behind this. I think we need the other camera to see what they are doing. But I guess that's about it for now. I will go back to this camera view after some time. But yeah, give it up for Team Google Gaga as well. I saw the chat as well. Okay, so let's go back to the standings and then see if there's anything interesting. Currently submission queue is quite silent. Okay, so since it's a bit silent, how about we put on some music, very soft one. Yeah, that way I have to feel like I have to feel. I love some music. Okay, yeah. So current standing, there's still only one team who solved 8 problems, Skillwalkers. And then there's STD Apps Jägermeister with 7 problems, and then Objective KUB1 from Kyoto University for Advantages Amasukaze, Penguin Feeders, Bochi the Tech, Bochi the Tech. Sorry, and then sorry about that. And then Do and Do from Korea University. Yeah, they're all at 6 problems. And then there's a lot of teams at 5 problems. It's too long for me to describe everyone. But up to the 29th place, they solve 5 problems. And then 13th onwards, they solve at most 4 problems. Okay, so I hope you're all doing well. We have 1 hour and 45 minutes left until the contest ends. Because we are at the 3 hour 15 minute mark. So maybe this is a good time for me to remind you guys to stay hydrated. And there's also the time where I step back for a while because I also want to hydrate and do a toilet break. So yeah, sit back and I will be back soon in like about 5 minutes time. So yeah, enjoy the music, guys. Okay, and we are back, everyone. And now I have Mr. Ravin with me. So, Mr. Ravin, hi. Can you introduce yourself to the audience?
Hello, I'm Dr. Ravin De Silva. I'm from UNSW Sydney. I'm deputizing for our regional contest director, Tim French, who could not attend this event. And I also have a team competing for UNSW Sydney.
I see. Okay, so do you have any comments on the current competition going so far?
Yeah, it's very exciting. Many very strong teams, and it will be a close finish. Many universities also have several teams in close competition, so it will be very competitive.
I see. And then how about the teams that you're representing?
Yeah, so my team is W3 complete from UNSW.
Mhm.
They are, I think, placed around 12th at the moment.
Yes, I think they are around there.
Yeah. So we are hopeful of a medal of some
Yeah,
some color. We will see, but they've been training really well. They had participated in this OCPC camp in the prior days.
Mhm.
So thanks very much to Ashley and to the NUS community for setting up this program as well. And yeah, we are we've done the best preparation we can and hopeful for a good result. So.
So about the team name, I was wondering like how did they come up with the name W3 Complete?
Yes, this is some term in complexity theory.
Okay.
This is some class of fixed parameter tractable problems. I don't understand them, but one of the students, Jerry, he has done some research in this area already,
Mhm.
even though he's a very junior undergraduate. In fact, he did this when he was in high school.
That's cool.
And so he has chosen this name for the team because it has number three, and there are three.
There are
two
three of
people
them.
in the team.
And then how about the other team?
The other team. So we have two teams from South Pacific who are competing today. One is from my own university, and one is from the University of Melbourne.
Mm.
Unfortunately, two of the team members could not attend. So only one is competing solo,
Wow.
but both are already qualified to the World Finals because of some particular rules in South Pacific region. We only send two teams to. So we select the two teams who have the World Finals ticket,
Mm.
and they are invited to Asia Pacific Championship, and this is actually the first time that we have participated in the championship.
I see. So I hope that clarifies the rule that you can see in the cycle rules team selection in the official contest page. So about the prom itself, have you taken a look at them?
I have not, unfortunately. I've been working as a marshal, so I've been guarding the snacks.
Okay. What kind of snacks are there?
There's mini sandwiches, lots
Ooh,
of pastries and fruits also, and many types of drinks.
I see.
Yes, so try to keep the students fed, and also we're tasked with being the security guards because we're at a university. If you leave trays of free food around, it will get
Yeah, I think
whittled away slowly.
I think even in here, NUS actually has a group called NUS Buffet Response. I think it's an unofficial group, but it's really a group of many members where
Yes.
basically if anyone has a free buffet, then they will just report like, "Hey guys, free buffet."
Yeah.
And yeah, they just come with the entire meal box.
We have the same. You understand free food.
Yeah, it's really for the free food. I think everyone enjoy free food, and I mean even
university.
myself like. It's free, so I don't have to say if it's delicious or not. It's free,
Yeah,
so
yeah.
obviously it's delicious. However, it is.
Yeah.
And
Free food is always better.
that's true. Do you have like any other interesting stories to share? Maybe about your preparation to come so far here.
Um. Okay. Preparation has been all right. So our regional contest is actually I think the earliest in this entire region.
Correct. Sydney is
So
the first one.
yeah, our side was it was back in October.
Mhm.
And so we have had quite some time since then. I think the students have had our main break is over December January, so I think the students have had some time off or
That's
taking
great to
a
hear.
good rest. So hopefully they are well rested now. Um, um, yeah, I think the other team from Melbourne, one is already working, and yeah, others are final year, whereas my team, all three are just starting their second year of university now, so they are
Oh wow. Okay.
very very junior and a lot of potential.
And what are your thoughts on the program so far? Like, how is it like being in
Oh, it's
Singapore? The
been
event.
wonderful.
it's been such a well organized event. Many thanks to Steve and Ari, Pepe, everyone who has put in so much work for this event, the technical committees and academic committees as well. Um, yes, many thanks. It's been an excellent event. We've been very pleased to come here and everything has gone so smoothly.
Okay,
And we've also had a wonderful time in Singapore, exploring and eating lots of good food.
that's true. Okay, so currently, let me just show you the
Yes.
current scoreboard. Maybe you can have a good view of what's going on here. So, yeah, currently we have this. So,
Yes.
these are top four.
Yes.
Um, Maybe any comment on the problem being solved so far, or without having to look at what problems they are.
Okay, so then, so A, F, so A, G, J, and L have been solved by many teams. Is it?
Yes, I believe based on the
Almost.
statistics, L is solved by everyone already. 65 of them.
Ah, okay.
Yeah,
Well,
it's a bigger one.
yeah, exactly. Okay, so it's good. There's certainly something for everyone, and all teams can put a good showing.
Mm-hmm.
And then certainly there's quite a log jam, right? There's many teams on similar scores, so we can expect a lot of change very quickly, right?
That's true.
If you have four problems and you solve one, you will rise many ranks.
And I think the most suspense is when they are running the resolver, right?
Yeah.
That was the most suspense. Even us spectating from like live stream or anything, we can feel the suspense. Like,
Yeah,
will they pass? Will they fail? Right?
yeah, and
And it can really change the entire course of the standings.
exactly. When sometimes when you get to the phrase already, the scoreboard has thinned out a little, right? You can
Yes.
tell certain teams will be near the top and certain teams will be near the bottom. But this one, I think it might be a lot of suspense towards the end because many teams are on 4 and 5 and uh, can rise a lot with solves in the last hour.
Mm. Yeah. So for those watching, we are currently about 3 hour and 3.5 hour in the competition. So that means we have 1 hour left until the scoreboard is frozen, and then after that, we will not know what's happening in the last 30 minutes of the contest. Okay. So Mr. Rabin, do you have any advice for new coming programmers?
Yes.
Maybe currently watching this, feeling interested, like, wow, this competition looks very exciting, cool. I want to try the problems and all that.
Yeah, it's a fantastic opportunity. We have yeah, a wonderful opportunity for students to uh, push themselves and succeed. Many very generous sponsors as well I'm sure very interested in the talented undergraduate students who can excel in these competitions.
Mm-hmm.
So a very good pathway to go down. Um, uh, it's most important that you try, right?
Yeah,
You
that's
have to
true.
attend, and also there are many ways to contribute other than being a top competitor, right? All of these events do not just happen on their own. A
Mm-hmm.
lot of dedicated and hardworking people give up their time to contribute problems, test cases, all the rest of it, but also for the logistics of these events. So we are always very thankful to the volunteers and staff who put in a lot of time and energy
Mm-hmm.
to conduct these contests, and to anyone who is available and interested to assist in the contest proceedings, we very much appreciate it.
All right. So, last question. Do you have any like maybe concluding remarks on what's ahead or how's it been going so far?
Yeah. So uh, from our perspective in South Pacific, we already know the two teams will be advancing further.
Mm-hmm.
So the team from University of Melbourne, they have actually attended World Finals previously.
Okay.
They went to World Finals 47 in Luxor, Egypt.
Okay.
So they've had this experience once before, and I'm sure they have a good idea of what to expect. Our other team is of course very new. That's in their first season,
Mm-hmm.
and so it will be interesting to continue our training because they've previously competed at high level in IOI, but I think it's very different to go from individual contest to team contest,
Mm.
and the style of problems is also very different.
Okay. So follow-up question: how about the problem difficulty itself? How does it evolve from IOI to ICPC? Are they still about the same difficulty, or they're just much harder?
I think it's different in that ICPC has a little more focus on implementation,
Okay.
and because there are many problems, you have to be very efficient with your time and use of the keyboard resource,
That's true.
and also with three people all clamoring for the keyboard, then you have to be very strategic how you how you play the contest. Maybe in IOI there's more. Uh, it's more solely the problem solving ability.
I see.
This is my feeling.
Mm.
um, and so this is a little different. And also, I think ICPC, especially in quarterfinals, the style of problems again leans towards this implementation and some nasty kind of tedious problems
That's
sometimes.
true.
So have to be precise, practice practice very much, and just get used to that style.
Yeah, you heard it, guys.
Work
Practice
together.
makes perfect.
And work together.
Yes,
This is
that's
the other
true.
thing. You have a team. You have to make the best use of the resources that you have.
Mm. Okay, yeah, I think that's all the question I have for now. Thank you very much, Mr. Ravin, for
Thank you very
coming
much.
over.
Yeah.
Yeah, all the best for
Thank
your
you.
team as well.
Enjoy the rest of the contest.
Yeah,
See
thank
you.
you. See you. Yeah, and that's it. The interview for Mr. Ravin. He is the RCD for the South Pacific region, and it also helped me to clarify my understanding about how the South Pacific teams are actually advancing to the World Final. So if there's anything that doesn't match with what I said on the first few hours, I stand corrected. That's the correct information. So yes. Okay, so let's see what we have over here at the standings. I just had the statistics. I don't see any interesting stats other than problem L being fully solved. So let's just hide that and we can show everyone. So currently, we have Korea, U, Do, and Do at 7 problem. They just managed to solve problem H. And then NYCU might go. They got time limit on problem D, but they have solved 5 so far. So I think that's a good progress as well. Top teams are currently okay. Let's just let slideshow, and yeah, there we have it. So Screenwalkers remains the only team with 8 solved problems, and then STD App, Jiggermeister, True Advantages, Objective KB1, Do and Do with 7 problems, and then the rest with 6 and below. So yeah, I guess I don't see any large comeback moments so far, but I think we will expect some during the last few hours or last few minutes of the contest, especially when the scoreboard is frozen. Okay, so now let's take a look at the live chat and see what's going on. Yeah, Team Chula, go Team Chula. I think they're doing well as well. Okay, so I think we already have our next interviewer. So give me a while I set up the interview. Oh, it looks like the interview will be slightly delayed, but that's okay. Um, so now we have some wrong answer and time limit. So nothing much. So let's take a look at the mirror contest. Because the last time I was interviewing Mr. Aji, there was a team that managed to solve 9 problems. So they are very good. So let's take a look at this particular slide. Yeah, so this was what happened previously. So now let's refresh, and there's a team that managed to solve 8. Wow, insane. They are left with B, F, and M. So there is a team that managed to solve problem M, which is cool. There are some teams that solve 9, 2 with 8, and then the rest with 7 and below. Yeah, you are merely a dream. Okay, maybe some of the competitive programming people know who they are. Personally, I don't. But I think they're very strong because look at the title, legendary grandmaster, international grandmaster. That kind of solidifies their position in here, right? That they're also very strong. And then let's take a look at the standings that you can see from your phone, which is different than what I show on the live stream, but I can see it the same way as you do. Yeah. So again, for those who just joined, dark green is basically first solvers. Green is the rest accepted submission. So you can see that +1 here means that Jägermeister is having a pending submission on problem F. So let's see what the result is. And drum roll, some drum roll, drum roll, drum roll. Oh, that's actually taking a while, but that's fine. It's still pending. Interesting. How about if I refresh the standing? Will anything change? Okay, so while we wait for that site to load, let's bring us back to the mirror contest. So again, just to reiterate, if you are willing, if you're interested to attempt the questions, do attempt through this mirror contest. It's available in Code Forces. Link is provided in the description below the live stream. And I think we are back to the standings. Yes, so it still shows that they have a pending submission. So maybe it's really taking a while. If you see from this current standing, right, it says that the yellow bar on top, bottom right corner is still running. So it's really taking a while for problem F. So I guess problem F is quite a large one. Okay, there is some progress. They do pass that one test case. And it's still pending. Oh, but on the other hand, Penguin Feeders managed to solve problem D. So yeah, congrats to Penguin Feeders as well. We're still anxiously waiting. Yep, one more or two more to go. Drum roll. Even waiting for it is suspenseful. And it's accepted. Let's go. So yes, they managed to solve the A problem, problem F. Um, that makes them the second or third team to do so, I believe, because Penguin Feeders has solved it before. Then Objective KUB1 has done that as well. Oh, never mind. There's also an NEU Google Gaga. They also solved problem F. Amazing. So that means there's only 4 teams that managed to solve problem F so far. Okay, so yeah, don't worry about the standings. You can always check yourself using the firebaseapp.com. Now, how about if we go through one of the problem statement while we're waiting for the next interviewer? Sounds good? So let's go to problem F because That was the hype currently. Problem F. Okay, let me try to fire the engine up. Okay, so the problem name is called Hold the Star. You're playing a computer game with n rooms, m characters, and 1 star. Similar to Mario Party, I guess. The rooms are arranged from left to right, number from 1 to n in that order. Here the number from 1 to m, alright. And then we want to uh, make the star to be held by character m, which is the last one. You can play the game by performing several actions. Each action costs a certain amount of star sips. Okay, yeah, some currency of the game, possibly 0. And in each action, you choose a character and let that room be Y be the room that is currently in, and command the character to do either one of the following. Move it to the adjacent rooms, right, because the room is aligned, if that room exists. Right? So for example, if you're at room number 1, you can only move to room number 2. So you can't move to room number 0. If the character X is holding the star, then the character continue to hold the star. Right? So again, still similar to Mario Party. I will keep using Mario Party analogy for this because it's funny. And the action cost is given for um, the characters, right? Because if we're moving character X, we will incur SX cost. Otherwise, we will incur some other cost depending on what the values are. We can also pick the star up and hold it if the star is room Y and there's no one holding it, right? And this costs 0 star sips. Put the star down and release it if it's currently held by character X, and the star then falls to room Y. So it will just be on that same spot. But now the character can move freely without holding the star. Now the game contains Q levels, number from 1 to Q. And in all levels, each character I is initially in room Ri, and M must hold the star to win the level. The only difference between the levels is that in each level J, the star is initially in room Rj. So the only difference is the starting position of the star. But the starting position of the characters remain the same. So the objective is simple. You want to try to minimize the total star set you have to spend to win the level for each level. So you have to print one output for each level, and you don't have to minimize the number of action. I think it makes sense because you can just infinitely, pick up and put down the star. But I think it doesn't really matter because it costs 0 anyways. Okay, so n is at most 10 to the power of 9, and then m is 100,000, q is at most 100,000. And the rest of the details are shown on this particular PDF file. Yeah, so sample input, you can win the first level by spending 5 by doing the following action. Character 5 move from room 2 to room 1. This costs 5 because I believe the cost for character 5 is 5. So let's take a look on the sample test case. I believe it's shown here. Yeah, so this is the cost. I take it because it's RI is the room that they're currently at, and then 5 SI is the cost for them to move around. Yeah, so you can do that, and then you pick the star up from room 2 to room 1 because the star is initially at level 1. That's for the first level, right? You take that, and then you can win the second level. Oh, I mean for the first level, that's about it, right? Because character 5 is already done with the job. So I think one idea is that you don't really need the team to move across the player, in a sense that if a team is currently if a character is between two other players A and B, then they only need to move around A and B. They have to like overtake B or A's position and go beyond them. That's the general idea, but I could be wrong because the cost might come into play, right? Because it could be that the cost for other characters can be so low, but the cost for this particular character, the last character, is so high that it's better to actually move the entire move this one character across the entire map. Then it will be lead to a smaller cost. So maybe those are the things, the cases that you need to consider from that. But yeah, again, only 4 people solve this problem, so I believe it's going to be a hard one, even for myself. So standing Oh yes, as I was reading, apparently they solve. Oh yeah, Jägermeister solved problem F as well. So that means 8 problems. Okay, that's cool. Good to know. So let's go back to the normal standing. I think the queue is pretty silent. There's not much submission going on. Kind of show that how probably they're probably stuck on the same problem, but that's okay. We still have 1 hour and 12 minutes remaining before the contest ends, and 42 minutes before the scoreboard is frozen, and which I will probably have no point on showing it anymore because you can use that same Firebase app to show the standings. Okay, so let me check if the next interview is already here. So for now, do enjoy this music. Okay, now with me there are three program authors. So hi everyone, can you introduce
Hi.
yourself to the audience?
Hello everyone, my name is Pikatan Arya Brahmajati, also known as Pikatan, or my username Pike.
And then you?
And I'm Julian Fernando, and you can call me Julian.
And my name Fausta Nugrahian Parama, you can call me Fausta.
So okay, can you walk through me the problem that you are authoring on?
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah, so
Yeah.
go ahead. Yeah.
Okay. We are the author of Problem F with title Stars.
Mm. Okay, so what's that problem about?
Okay. There's 10 rooms and there's M character and one stars. The main objective is deliver the stars to character number M. Yeah, and then there's a Q query.
Okay, because basically one query for each starting position of the stars, right? I was covering through the problem statement just now, just to check whether I'm doing it right. Okay, so up to now, actually, there are only about 4 or 5 teams that managed to solve the problem. So do you have any comments on that? It's probably one of the hardest problems.
Yeah. Do you have comments? Okay, so yeah, uh, a bit insight about the problem. Well, yeah, when we first discussed it by ourselves, we took many iterations of the problem itself. So, like the initial version of the problem isn't the one that is actually being used right now. The initial problem, well, we were just like giving ideas of the problem, and then it looks like, oh, what if this idea is like this? And then we try to solve it, and it looks unsolvable. And then we try to solve it, looks unsolvable. Try to modify it until it gets solvable, right?
Yeah.
It took many iterations, but the final version uh, that we solved, we took it was hard for us to know the solution. So because of that, we thought the problem is very hard, like very hard. Uh, During the problem selection, this problem was predicted to be one of the hardest ones in the
Okay.
entire problem set.
And I think you are okay. If it's the harder, I think people are not touching problem B and M actually. Yeah.
Yeah. So
But it's still one of the hardest. So yeah.
yeah, I guess yeah, but yeah, we thought it was one of the hardest, but then after the other judges go yeah more deeply into the problem, and then the testers, we changed our mind and we thought that the problem isn't actually that hard.
It's
Yeah, we
quite
thought
mid.
yeah we thought the difficulty is like mid.
Mm.
Yeah, but now when we look at the contestant results, yeah, actually it actually is hard. Though. Yeah.
It is hard. So, yeah, if you take a look at the standings currently, you can see it here as well, the bigger one. I think there's only a few submissions for problem F.
Yeah, even they don't submit.
Mm.
Yeah, no
Yeah.
submissions.
Yeah. Okay. So, and maybe you can walk through them on like the audience on how it's supposed to be gone through, like how does one tackle the problem? What should you be using? Like any technique?
Okay, so is it okay if I go more detail?
Yeah. Go ahead.
Okay.
Go ahead.
Okay. Well, the important observation is for uh, the team to separate this problem into two cases. The cases where solving the stars and the character M's. So the position of these two key points is the case we need to handle. So if the star is to the left of the character's number M, or the character's number M is to the left of the stars.
Okay.
And the observation is that both character number M and the stars will not go through away from each other. So
That's
they must go closer and closer every
Yeah.
time. They will not go away.
Okay.
And yeah, I think using those observations, a team can start to develop their ideas on how to solve this problem.
Yeah, I'm gonna add to that. Look, so after getting those observations, we got like we like the because we want to like minimize the total cost, right?
Yes, that's
So
true.
we just uh we try to make a strategy which is optimal, and then we do some observations to know what kind of properties or attributes in the optimal strategy uh, that 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 can arise in the optimal strategy. Because of that, we restrict the possibility of the sequence of people. Because of that, the chronological sequence of moves that we do becomes more simpler. After that, it can be divided into just a few cases, and then with those cases, we solve each of them separately. Some cases are way harder than the others, but yeah, but for every single one of those cases, well, not that many. We use some data structures and then some a bit advanced optimization tricks
Okay.
to solve it. So yeah.
Yeah.
So I guess this problem has like many steps.
Mm-hmm.
So if you get stuck on one of the steps, you cannot solve the problem.
It's quite a
Yeah.
bottleneck.
But basically, yeah, the important key is to separate a bigger problem to some several smaller problems.
Mm. Okay. And then that's for the detail of the problem itself. How about the motivation of coming up with the problem? Were you playing like Mario Party beforehand or?
I think you can
Yeah.
answer this one.
Yeah, I was initially think about this problem,
Mm-hmm.
and then the original one is not about the game, but like distributing an envelope.
Oh, okay.
And that's when I in my office, I look many rooms and someone bring envelope and then and thinking and I discuss it with Julian and Bikatan.
I see.
Yeah.
Yeah, so I guess that's an interesting motivation for a problem. Now I'm going to show you the current standing for the mirror contest, so you can also see how many people are solving your problem. F. I think top few participants solve not single one of them solve F. I think there's only one like incorrect submission at the 20th place,
Oh, someone actually submitted.
but
No.
it's incorrect. Yeah.
Oh yeah, yeah,
So,
yeah. I didn't see that.
Any comments on that?
Yeah. Well, first of all, the mirror standings is actually like way different than the actual standings. Yeah. Do you agree?
That's true.
Yeah. I don't know why though.
Because there are more teams that solve more problems compared to the current contestants, but there are more top teams that solve problem F compared to the one in the middle contest. So the trend is a bit reverse.
Yeah, 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 yeah. It's quite interesting though. Yeah, like I said, we expected it as a very hard problem,
Mhm.
but after the late stages of the preparation, we thought it was like a mid problem.
Mm.
But now, even the mirror, no one actually know how to solve it, which is very interesting actually.
Okay.
I wasn't expecting that.
Or maybe they just haven't read the descriptions yet.
Yeah, because
That
yeah,
could be one other reason actually. Yeah. Let me show you guys again the mirror contest standings currently. Yeah. F is just full of empty spaces.
yeah, I
Yeah.
guess yeah because yeah, I guess if you see that no one submitted it, I guess no one actually trying to solve them.
Mm.
Yeah, I guess.
Yeah, so they're actually leaving like B, F, and M behind. So which is expected because I think B and M are actually the three hardest problems. Judging from the current contest standing, I think that statement also holds. Yeah. So there's B here, completely empty. There's also M. So there's that.
Yeah, E used to be empty, right? But now
I think there
there's
started
one
to be more
song.
submission.
Yeah.
Okay, so I know there are some new coming programmers like currently watching this stream. So do you have any advice for them if they want to start embark on their competitive programming journey? Where to start?
From me, I think one of the key is to practice and practice. So yeah, because I think practice makes perfect, and for specifically for cognitive programming, I think yeah you need to do a lot of problems.
I see. And then from Fausta, maybe any
Yeah.
remarks?
Similar with Julian also. If
Okay.
we more practice and practice and also do more contests and also not giving up. So
Mhm.
yeah, I think yeah, it's more better and better.
Okay. All right. I guess that should be the end of our interview. So thank you very much for
Thank
coming up here,
you.
Thank you.
and all the
Thank
best
you.
for the rest of the competition.
Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you for
Thank
having
you.
Thank
us.
you.
Thank you.
Okay, and now we have some committee staff over here. So hi, both of you. Can you introduce yourself to the audience?
Hi, I'm Vio Albert Ferdinand. I'm the balloon runner coordinator for today. And
And you are?
Hi, I'm Felicia Limanta. I'm in charge of the website, the social media, and some of the designs like the poster, the problem set header, the slides, and things like that.
Yeah, so the website, Instagram, everything
Yeah.
is on the social media team.
Mhm.
And the balloons, the balloon guy.
Hi, I'm the balloon guy.
So, what made you participate as a staff in this competition?
Well, actually, I got invited by her.
Okay.
She asked me if I would like to volunteer to participate as a staff in
Mhm.
the Asia Pacific Championship, and I asked her what will I do, and she said that I will be coordinating the balloon run.
Okay.
So because I have not received that job yet, so I try
Mm.
for this year. Yeah.
I guess that's the same feeling as what when I was being assigned as a. Initially, I was actually going for balloon runner.
Oh really?
Yeah, I was actually almost a balloon runner, but then I think Prof Steven realized that there is no live stream, and then he just like, offers to me.
Mhm.
So I changed my job. And how about you?
So I approached Stephen several months ago
Mhm.
asking if I can help the ICPC Asia Pacific Championship, and he said I can do the website. Okay,
Ooh.
so I did the website, and then not long after that, Stephen uh, asked me to manage the social media and also be the balloon coordinator.
I
At
see.
first, I thought it's manageable to have the website for several months and then stockpile a lot of draft posts for the
Mhm.
social media, and then on the day I will be in charge for the balloon. But I don't think it's possible, so I dragged him. So I asked him to help a bit for the website and to be the balloon coordinator.
Yes, you can see their names on the committee website of APEC ICPC Global. Yeah, including mine as well. So I heard that you have some experience with ICPC back then when you were actually a uni student.
Yeah. I participate in the World Finals in Egypt.
Mhm.
I think it is the 44th, yeah.
That was the 2023 Luxor.
46 and
46 and
47. You're
47.
participating in the 47.
Mm.
I'm participating as the 47th ICPC World Finals finalist.
And how did that go for you?
Well, my team didn't go very well, but I really like the World Finals environment
Mm.
because I got to meet very many, how do you say, like clever and like genius persons, peoples.
Mm.
So yeah, I think that being a world finalist is actually a great experience, even if you don't get any medals.
You get new friends, you
Yeah.
get new experience, you get to see the programming gods in action.
Yeah, and you get to see tourists too.
Yes, you get to see tourists. That's the grand prize. Don't need to wait, just see tourists. And then how about you?
I used to be a participant for 2 years,
Mhm.
a contestant for 2 years, and then for the next 2 years, I participated as the coach,
Mhm.
and then now I'm as the committee. So I've taken a lot of roles for the ICPC.
I see. Yeah. So as you heard, they have experiences in ICPC, right? I'm just a live streamer. I don't.
But you do cut this though.
Okay. Yes, I did that, but still not ICPC official. It's just program archives. Yeah. So it's a bit different. You can do it in your free time. There's no the competition pressure was not there. You can just do it whenever you feel like it. On mobile maybe.
Fair,
If you
fair.
are- I actually do some on mobile. I have like an app to that serves as an ID for Python, C++, and Java. But I usually only use the Python one.
Oh, wow.
Oh,
And basically, it installed the terminal, so it's easy for me to do command line things as well.
Wait, but isn't it hard to type with the phone?
Yes, but I think I'm used to it.
okay.
It's like regular chatting, right? You put what Python is like you start with def, then you type the import things and the passing of the input. Yeah, I think
All manually.
all manually.
Oh,
I,
wow.
I've been through that. I think it was eventually you get repetitive. You get used to it. So yeah, that's one thing. And what do you think of the competition so far? Like, how's it going? The flow of the event from day one until currently day three. Any comments on that?
Well, I guess I will comment for the dress rehearsal and
Mm.
the contest day. So as a balloon coordinator, I can check all of the balloon cues.
Mhm.
Because of the dress rehearsal has like duplicates of problems.
Yeah.
Some of the submissions are copied.
Mm.
So if they AC one problem, then they will also submit in another problem. And because of that, we have many queues of the balloons in the dress rehearsal.
I see.
Yeah. For the contest day, it is a little bit. Uh, it's not really rough though. Everything is fine. Everything is running smoothly.
Okay.
Even for the first hour and second hour, we still run back and forth between the contest hall and the balloon room
Mhm.
until every contestant have gotten their balloons.
I see.
Yeah.
Okay, so how about you? How about you? I think you haven't thought anything about it yet.
Mm, I'm a bit in charge of the contest hall, but I'm not really in charge of the contest hall. I'm just here to help because my main task is for the website and the social media. So
Mhm.
I'm in charge of documenting things.
Mhm.
But for the past few days, I see that there are some things that can be improved, like the sponsor arrows, the direction to the sponsor rooms.
Oh, so the transportation, the crowd flow. So
Yeah.
on the set, basically, how you deal with the crowd marshals, right? And
Yeah, so I thought some things can be improved, so I printed a lot of arrows and to please be quiet signs and please snacks for the contestants.
she just did one
And
for my
toilet.
for the live streaming room. Like, please
Yeah.
keep quiet. There wasn't one this morning.
Yeah, I did a lot of that.
Mm. Okay, so now I'm going to show you the current standings. If you have any comments so far about the contending teams, or maybe a team of your choice that you've been supporting from the start,
Mm.
how are they performing? Maybe.
Well, I think I will comment on the Indonesian ones.
Yeah,
Probably
sure.
from my university, from Bina Nusantara University.
Okay,
Where are they?
so we have Lebah Ganteng and the National Sum, right?
Yeah. The national sum is at 15.
15, yes,
So
yeah, 15.
they are in the bronze range.
Mm-hmm.
I think that they are the top team in Binus right now.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, so
great.
I'm glad that they have the chance to get the medal.
Okay, that's good to hear.
Yeah.
And then how about you?
I'm still from Venus, and as an ex-coach, I know a lot of them. I know all of the participating the contestants from Venus, and I want to say something about the second team, the Lebah Kantong. Where is
Okay,
it? Where?
they are
Probably,
okay. They're not here, so probably somewhere below.
Somewhere below. Okay.
Oh, there it is. Number 45.
Number 45, yeah.
Oh yeah, number
Yeah,
45.
it's all four.
Yeah, two of the three members, they were ranked the 61st last year.
Okay.
So they were only one ranked to compete in the last year's championship.
I see.
Oh, I see.
Yeah, that's the team. And at that time, Mr. Don told me about this, and then I forward this to them, and they said this motivates them to try harder this year, and I'm really glad
They made it, right?
they
Yeah.
made
So
it. Yeah.
that makes them a wonderful underdog journey.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah, they do deserve it, right?
Yeah, they do deserve it. I agree as well. So maybe any hopes and comments for what's coming ahead? Maybe the award ceremony or the excursion that we'll be waiting for tomorrow.
Mhm.
Maybe.
I hope it doesn't rain tomorrow.
I really hope it doesn't rain. Yes, because Universal Studios, like, man, we'll be sad to miss it.
Oh yeah, probably I want to comment out for the standings.
Mhm.
So if you see that I think the bottom three has still like two ACs.
Yeah.
So if they got one more AC to go up to the three ACs, then they will still get the balloons in the frozen time.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, so that's about the balloon thing, which I was not part of. I was out of the loop. And then let me see. How about let's take a look at the court four standings, because
Sure.
mirror content is also going on at the same time. So let me just switch over.
me a while. Oh, no wonder. Yes. Presentation and yeah. Okay, let me show you guys the current standing right now. So two teams managed to solve 10 problems,
Oh
and
wow.
some with 9 and some with 8. Yeah. So I think overall they were doing better than the contestants, right? But I think previously I was interviewing the problem authors of problem F, and we can see that there are some team managed to solve problem F at the top of the contestant standings.
Oh,
But
right.
here you see absolutely nothing. No one solved problem F among the top contestants. So
That's quite interesting.
like it's the reverse of what I expected. Right? I was
Yeah, yeah.
expecting them to probably already solve F as well. Yeah.
Even before, when the contest hall do not have any solve for E,
Mhm.
the mirror ones already solved
Already
it.
had it.
Yeah,
Yeah.
yeah.
So my feeling was that they probably already seen something like this before because they can have tricks up their sleeve.
Yeah, and also probably the problem M. They got problem M,
Right.
but the contest hall doesn't.
Doesn't.
Yeah.
Yeah. B is still also like completely untouched. Yeah. So B and M from the overall standing, like both the mirror contest and the current contest combined. Okay, so let's go back to our standing. Oh, I actually forgot one question. So, do you actually know how they came up with the team names, like for the Venus teams? Why Lebah Ganteng and why N Dimensional Sum?
For personal reasons,
Yes.
probably, and second one's for memes.
Okay.
So for context, the competition team in Venus
Mhm.
is called Jolly B, and that B in the end means lebah in Indonesia.
Mm.
So they made a skit.
Mhm.
They made a skit which every team has lebah something
Okay.
in their group.
I see.
So one of them got the lebah ganteng.
I thought Lebah Ganteng is one of the account for subtitle making.
Yeah, yeah,
Right?
Yeah,
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 right?
that's it.
It's also a meme, right?
Yeah, it's also
Yeah.
a meme because they've been making so many subtitles for, especially Indonesian subtitles for movies that are in Indonesia.
Mhm.
So, yeah, I think that's one of the inspiration. How about N-dimensional sound?
Wait, I want to clarify something. The
Okay.
team name is Jollibee with a Y, not I.
Oh yeah.
For copyright issues.
There's a
Oh.
Jollibee.
Jollibee
the
with
restaurant.
Jollibee.
Yeah,
Happy
Jolly as in
Bee.
happy, yes.
Happy
okay.
Bee.
Happy Bee, Happy Bee.
That was
Happy
close.
Bee.
Okay, how about N-dimensional sound? How about what made them choose that name?
Because it's we can short it as dim sum. So they chose that name.
And dim sum?
Dim sum.
Or just dim sum?
Just dim
Yes.
sum.
Ah, okay.
Dimensional sum, dim sum.
Yeah.
I see.
So it's actually short for dim sum. I see. Okay. Well, that's an interesting history behind the team name. I hope they perform well for the next. We have about 1 hour left, already, so the scoreboard should be frozen in a few minutes time. Scoreboard actually frozen in 10 minutes, and there are 40 minutes to.
Oh no,
Oh, no.
actually the scoreboard is already frozen.
Is it?
20
Yeah, yeah,
minutes
yeah.
ago.
The last hour is.
Oh,
the
final
frozen
hour is
scoreboard.
at 30.
Yeah, yeah.
Oh, okay. Then it's good to know as well that I have to stand corrected myself. So yeah, this is what we can see now from the Firebase app standings. Yeah, so scoreboard is actually already frozen.
Mm.
Yeah, that's why you can see the yellow submissions because they are pendings,
Yeah,
and they will be revealed in the closing ceremony.
with the ICPC resolver. Yeah, that's
Yeah.
why I mentioned in the interview. Like, that's probably one of the most suspenseful part because we are really hoping that there will be some comebacks for from the current standing. Yeah, so let us go back to speaker view, and yeah, I guess any final remarks or comments about competition itself as a whole.
Well, I think I quite like the current contest. I think the contest is great. I haven't seen the problems yet. I haven't tried or touched any of the problem sets, but from the scoreboard, I think that it is a very good contest.
Okay, that's good to hear. How about you?
This is actually my first time looking at the whole scoreboard.
Okay.
Yeah, even though I'm a committee, but
I thought you were seeing the big screen at the coach waiting area.
There were no any big screens inside the committee team.
Oh, that's true. I thought you were roaming
Yeah.
around.
Yeah.
Okay, good to know that. Yeah, so let's hope for the best. And yeah, thank you very much for coming for this
Okay.
interview.
Thank you very much, Russell.
Yeah,
Thank
no
you,
worries.
Russell.
I'll see you around.
See you around.
And, yeah.
Okay.
Enjoy your duty.
Okay.
Yo, bye.
right, so that was the interview with Vio and Felicia. They are the committees that are, happen to be from the same university. They're from Venus. So small story. I've actually known Vio from 2016 because we were competing at the same competition together, which was the National Olympiad back in Indonesia, and I think we were competing on the same subject as well. It was mathematics. Then um, he switched over to informatics on high school level, and then that's the last time we met, about 2019. So that was the first time I met him after 6 years. And yeah, how time flies, right? We were high school and now we are both working at our own jobs, not even a university student anymore. So I think ICPC also serves as a good place to reunite with some of your old friends, and I'm happy to be part of it as well. So yeah, that's a short story about me and Vio and Felicia. So let's go back to our current standing. So apparently, instead of 30 minutes, actually, the scoreboard is already frozen. So you can't tell whether they have accepted submissions or they have incorrect ones. But I think balloon duty will still be busy for those that are currently still solving only 2 problems. But once they reach the 3 problem mark, then we will leave the rest to the ICPC resolver, which will happen after this. I'm not sure whether there will be a live stream for this, but if there is, stay tuned on the ICPC APEC social media. Right, they probably have some stories along the way, right? And finally, some comments on the standings for now is that, yeah, Screenwalker actually managed to clock in 9 problems. So that's very impressive from them, especially after they are known to have a track record in the previous ICPC World Finals. And then we also have Jägermeister with 8 problems. And then we have STD Apps, Fruit Advantages, Objective KUB1, Penguin Feeders, Dorando, and NYCU My Go. They all solved 7 problems up to the scoreboard freeze. And then the rest with 6 and below. Right. So uh, we can only hope for the best for the pending submission. I hope they're actually accepted submissions, and we shall hold the suspense for now. So, if you're currently looking at the standings or the scoreboard, I don't think there will be a lot of changes because all the submission in the queue will be deemed as pending, and it will not be shown to you guys, even myself, whether it's actually accepted or some other incorrect verdict. Yeah. So what can we do now is actually look at the code for submission. Okay, so code for code for standings. The one I showed just now, there were actually 2 teams that managed to solve 10 problems, which is actually very impressive. So let's take a look on the standing one more time, right before we finish dealing with code versus mirror contest. Yeah, so 10 here. One of them solved problem E but not M. The other one M but not E. So they still left problem B, F, and pretty much problem M untouched, right? So that's about the same trend, except for problem F for the contestants currently in the contest hall. So I guess we kind of know how the mirror contest is gonna fare compared to the current contestants. Okay, so what can we see next other than the frozen scoreboard and the mirror contest is actually the what's actually happening inside the contest hall. So let me just bring you back to the current standings, even though it's frozen, but I will set up the camera for you guys to take a look because there will be way more balloons than the last time we saw because time goes by, and we will see, yeah, the states of the contestants. So give me a while, let me try to switch over. Yeah, so you see all those colorful balloons, they solve a lot of problems. What's interesting to see here? Let's see. Any particular team for me to try to look at? Do fill in the chat. I will read out the chat as always again. A bunch of O's, yes. UIT, Baka, code maxing. Oh, okay, code maxing, good idea. Let's try to do code maxing and then we can go to UIT. Great. Okay, so do give me a moment while I try to find code maxing. or it will take a while for me to find because I don't know the actual positions. But if you do find it along the way, then I guess that's a high. Probably not from this side. Yeah, I realized that with this POV, you can only see most of the thing from the front because when there's a lot of balloons, you can't really see those contestants that are close to the door. So let's try the other camera and see if I have some clues of where they are. Yeah, so we are actually 4 hours and 30 minutes. Can't believe we made it this far, guys. We are half an hour left until the contest ends, and then we can only hope until the award ceremony begins. Yeah, so let me bring you back to this is the other POV. You can see there's yeah, that's Julian, the also happy with the balloon. I think Team Spiral has a lot of problem solved as well. Yeah, that's one of the contestants. And then from this side, maybe anything good that I can see. Okay, yeah, let's take a nice zoom over here. Here you can see a few things. Yeah, look at him counting the balloons. I think they solved a lot, like 8, 9. I forgot. Spiral, right? Should be 7, I believe. Might be wrong. Correct me if I'm wrong. But I remember they were doing great as well. Okay, let's zoom further to this team. This is team XL Pants. Yeah, from Tsinghua University. Okay, okay, the zoom is too much. I realized that once I finish looking at someone, then it's hard to navigate around. So yeah, they all have half an hour left. I think they started to stand to, they've been tired sitting for 4.5 hours. Okay, so let's put ourselves back to the standings, even though we can't see any more changes like this. But I haven't shown you one more thing, which is the optimistic standing and the pessimistic standing. So basically, this standing is a special standing that assumes that if everyone with pending submission managed to get it correct, or otherwise for the pessimistic standings, right? So we can kind of see the projection of the team performance at the very end. Okay, so let's try to enable. Okay, so this is the current standing. Take a close look as I change this to the optimistic standing. So now in here, we assume that everyone with pending submission managed to get it correct. That will place a lot of teams at higher positions, and maybe some will get overtaken. Will there be someone that managed to solve 10 problems if we think optimistically? Well, can be. Let's wait for the slideshow to go back to the first few players. So don't worry about it. While we're waiting for the next interviewer to come, we will go through these optimistic and pessimistic standings. Okay, so this is the last few people, and we go back and okay. So assuming that screen walker managed to submit the pen submission, that would be the case. So for pessimistic, this will be the one. Okay. So with me, I have Mr. Jonathan Irvin. So can you introduce yourself to the audience?
Yeah, my name is Jonathan. I'm the chief judge of this competition.
Mhm.
So yeah, basically I'm in charge of all the tasks related and
Mm.
other things as well related to the contest, especially. Yeah. So
So you were the chief judge of the last year's APEC championship
yes.
as well.
Mm-hmm.
So how did it go for last year and this year? If you
Yeah, I
have any
mean,
comparison.
hmm yeah, I mean, last year was the first edition of this competition, so there was a bit of unexpected things. With starting it for the first time, like yeah, I
Mhm.
mean, this contest is has a multi nation committee set up because of the Asia Pacific thing. So like we have committees from Japan, we have committees from Indonesia, Singapore, Philippines, and other and Korea, Taiwan. Yeah. Um, so yeah, I mean, working internationally is its own challenge. Like I've been working in mostly one nation committees before, where we hosted like let's say the Jakarta regional or Singapore regional. It's mostly one, only the host country. The committees are from the host country, right? But working with this setup, I mean, it's good to have this different mindset, diverse mindset of countries where each of us can share their experience of hosting their regional in their countries, what works and what does not work. But uh, on the other side, there's also like, oh yeah, how do we integrate all these ideas into like one that all of us can agree with and works very well with for this super regional. So yeah, that was especially tough last year,
Mhm.
but this year there was less surprises for me because of what I have experienced from last year.
Mhm.
But yeah, there's still some new things because like the committee members is not exactly the same, so we still get new more ideas, yeah, on like many things like how what kind of task we should choose, and like how should we prepare it, the infrastructure, the frameworks, and so on.
I
Because
see.
like we prepare it very cautiously, very well. We write many solutions for each task, and yeah, well, we require a framework to do this to be able to automate everything,
Mhm.
and yeah, these kind of things usually like there's like some decisions on what to use and so on. Yeah.
I see. So how long was the preparation? Did the preparation take for the judging and coming up with the problem for the contest?
So then we started since like last year's October
Mhm.
or November around there. I can't really remember. So we started with a call for task where we asked the communities, people we trusted, like basically each of us. I think we formed the judges first with
Mhm.
the set of community members, and then we add everyone that we know and trust to a mailing list or something like that, and then we send out the call for task invitations to them. That was around early November or like somewhere in October. I can't really remember, but it was last year, definitely last year. Yeah. And then yeah, we received. So we give about several weeks for ideas to come in, and then we close the submission, and then
Mhm.
um, we we chose the tasks. This year, to be honest, I'm quite overwhelmed with the number of ideas.
Mhm.
It's almost like three times or something like that compared
Wow.
to last year. So like I did not expect the number of submissions we received this year, which is a good thing because that means we can choose the really good problems instead of like having a like no choice and we have to take everything that comes in. So
That's
but
true.
at the other side, there's also like then it takes more time for us to read all of them
Mm.
and and understand their solution and so on and choose them. But yeah, I mean it's generally a good thing to have more to choose from. So yeah, but yeah, we started uh, from last year.
Long ago, basically. Okay. So currently, in here we have the pessimistic standings. So maybe
Mm-hmm.
do you have any comments about the problem so far on how they fare?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I think yeah, I mean it does not really surprise us. Like yeah, problem A and L is what we expect to be the two easiest. And then from there, I think there are different opinions on what the easier problem is. Maybe G, and I think that aligns with the current scoreboard. Yeah, and yeah, I mean the rest does not really surprise us. We expect B is a very time-consuming problem because it's constructed in nature, and you have to carefully plan out the detail
And it's
where yeah,
and it's three dimensional as
and
well.
it's three-dimensional. Yeah,
That's
like
why it's hard.
you have to carefully like design where this line should go so that it does not intersect. So it's quite time consuming. So Yeah, we had a discussion between the judges whether there will be teams that will solve this. Some of us believes there might be a possibility, even though it's small. Some believes that there's no possibility because I mean it depends on the other task as well. If we believe that if some of the teams finishes the rest of the problem quite early, there might be a chance that they will be able to solve B with the rest, with the remaining amount of time. But
Mhm.
I mean, I think at this point, I haven't looked at the real scoreboard as well, so this is not a spoiler. But I think at this point, there are other problems. Like even the winners can solve other problems that other teams have solved. Like for example, F in this for Team Screenwalker, and there are two other problems like E as well. Someone has solved E, but they haven't solved E, so they will probably tackle that next. So, yeah, I mean, at this point, realistically, I don't think someone will solve E because I
Mm.
think even for the top teams, there are still other problems to choose from.
And we actually went through the Code Force mirror just now. There were two teams that managed to solve 10 problems.
Mhm.
So they were actually faring better than the top contestant in terms of like the top people. But none of them has managed to solve F actually.
Mhm.
So do you think this is expected, or is it something that was surprising for you?
That's interesting. So F, when we design the problem, when we choose the problem set after the call for task ends and we meet to choose the problem set, we expect F to be one of the hardest problems. It's either B or F. But
Okay.
then after we have some external testers help us to test the problems. These are people who are not part of the judges and we're not discussing the problems. We want to get a fresh set of minds to
Mm.
take a look at this. Because sometime when we take a look at the problems and look at the solutions, like our judgment of the difficulties might be spoiled,
Mhm.
right? So we have this new fresh sets of testers, fresh set of minds, and they actually solve F pretty early. Like we have several teams, the testers are teams, so like basically they simulate the contest, and uh, almost all, if yeah, most of these teams actually solve F quite early. Like
I
it's
see.
probably like their mid problems, like not the last two. So we were quite surprised based on that. But yeah, I guess like after we're seeing that result from the testers and we talk to them, they explain their solution. Oh, maybe it's not as difficult as we thought. So yeah, there were like during our preparation on this problem, like there were some times where like we thought this might be one of the most difficult problem, but then at other points we thought maybe it's not so hard. So yeah, I mean depends on the team strength, I guess. So like yeah, some teams of FTR on the core forces it does not. What's interesting is those people in core forces can see the scoreboard, so it's the next problem that core forces people will try to solve.
That's true as well.
Yeah, but
Mm.
not the other way around, right? I
Yeah.
think some people in core forces solve M, is it? Or
Yeah.
E pretty early.
They did
Something.
solve E pretty early. I think
Yeah,
one of them
but the contestants in this contest hall cannot see the
cannot.
mirror
Yeah,
contest. Yeah. So
that's true.
yeah, so I guess that's why it like people in the contest hall cannot follow the code forces names. But yeah, and it's also worth pointing out that people in code forces we cannot control their contest situations. Some of the teams might use tree computers,
Mm.
internet, pre-written code. So yeah, I mean we can't really compare them. Like yeah, like it's expected that people in code forces probably do better and no contest pressure. So yeah.
Okay, that makes a lot of sense actually. And for final question, do you have any advice to like newcoming programmers that are currently viewing this live stream? Maybe they see like, wow, ICPC is so cool. How can I be like them?
Mm-hmm. I mean, yeah, I don't really have a better cliche advice than just practice, practice, and practice. And I guess I can mention that these days, like reference is very easy to get. Like
Mm.
there's like blogs like CoForces and many other various sites, including like I think many various language specific like yeah like references in your own language. Like I saw many references in Chinese, Korean, Spanish. Yeah, so if you're probably not familiar with English and you're more familiar with those languages, you can probably find it as well. Maybe not in Code Forces, but in other blogs. Yeah, it's very different than when I competed back like almost 10 years ago. It's references are much less, right?
Mm.
And I guess like I can also give you some give the viewers some motivations as well. If you've seen like the sponsors of this event, they're all big tech firms, big like trading firms. Yeah, they, they they are some of the best uh, firms basically even like they yeah like some people say they pay better than like tech firms like Fang but I mean yeah but what I want to say like yeah like big firms that pays well like care about this competition. So like people say like, yeah, why do I win this competition? Does this translate to like good career or something like that? It might, because like these big firms are looking for uh, people that can win this kind of competitions.
So they really care about this competition.
Yeah, yeah.
Mm. Okay, any like final comments about the competition as a whole, or maybe like what's ahead?
I mean, yeah, like I mean, yeah, I think we will have this super regional championship for a while. Like it just started last year, and yeah, it's an initiative from the global headquarters that each super region will have this championship for each super region. Yeah, so I mean, yeah, yeah, I don't know whether like these, like in some other super region there is like a rule that like there is no team that is guaranteed to the world finals. Even like in our super region, like the teams that get the first place is guaranteed
Yeah,
to the world finals. Like they
that's
just
true.
come here for additional prizes or like the title of being an Asia Pacific super region champion. But in the future we don't know. They might change it to the North American Championship model where there's no guarantee team. Everyone has to do their best in this region. So that might be things that might come in the future. We don't know. But I think generally the model of the contest will remain. The model of the qualification steps will remain. Like there will be this super region coming forward in the next couple of years.
Great. Okay, good to hear that. So yes, thank you very much for
Mhm.
coming over for the interview.
Yeah, thanks
And
for having me.
yeah, all the best for the rest of the judging, because it's like about 10 minutes, 15 minutes time until the contest ends.
Yeah,
Okay, thank you.
thank you.
Yeah, so that's it. The interview from Mr. Jonathan Irvin, the chief judge, and he's also the chief judge from last year. Yeah, I've known him for a while for being a legend. He is, I know, he's very cool. So yeah, this is the last 10 minutes of the contest. You will just see what's happening in the contest hall. They are trying to make the last few submissions, last minute submissions. So we hope that they are doing it right. I hope they don't panic. Yeah, currently we'll take a look at the questions, the code, and the current standings back and forth. They want to see how they fare to the other competitors as well. Right? You can see their gesture of looking to the big screen at the front of the um, contest hall. Yeah, so I guess scoreboard there's nothing much to show because it's already frozen. You can see for yourself in the standings. It will have the exact same status. Right? I will just simply show the queue for this one, and yeah, so we know that this problem submitting this is being solved by being submitted by these teams at the last minute. But there's nothing else that we can conclude from this information, like whether they got it correct, whether they got it wrong. No idea. Fingers crossed. Yeah, so I hope the past almost 5 hours has been a great series of interview and then me reading the problem statements and going through the problem with some problem authors. So I hope it gives you some insights on what to do, as well as going through the code forces mirror contest, right? And then some other fun things around the interview. And yeah, now we can only hope if there's any miracle or any plot twist, right? Okay, while I'm showing this one, let me try to see if I can show the other side of the contest hall as well. I believe should be this. Let's try this one. Yes, this is the other contest hall, the smaller one, right? So they have like 7 minutes left, which is correct. And you can see that they're all glued to the chairs. Last few submission, so they have to make it count. Right, so this is the current side of this contest hall. Some teams from NTNU, and this one is okay. Let me check the zoom in again because this is pretty much what we can do now. This is from Osaka University. Yeah, Kota. Sorry, it's text is too small for me to read. Kota Manegi in Korea. Yes, I hope I pronounced that right. One more time. And then on the other side of the contest hall, we have the staff, some balloon runners. I think there's no balloon runner because there's no more balloons being served at the last hour. And then we have Bochi the tech. And they're going through something. I think last few minutes will encapsulate pretty much the reaction of the people here. Yeah, so 6 minutes left. This is for you and for me. I believe there's some other teams that I can't tell the team names because they are blocked. Okay, let's see. This one. This is from Team Tuget, I believe, from Waseda. Look at this cute plush. When can I have the time to collect all of those plush? Different team, different mascots, different plush. The spirit plush. Yeah, they look at the standings. Maybe they are projecting. What if I try to submit this problem and I got it correct or got it wrong? Can we secure a nice position in the standings? Yeah, I think this is good because as a team you need to also plan ahead, right? Not just solve what's currently in your in your hands. What are the problems that should be solved, but you need to also see like but not too much, right? To see what's ahead, right? Can we win this thing in a sense that how do we fare against the other competitors, and yeah, basically that. That's Pikatan. He's just roving around to see that everything works well in the last few minutes. So I believe the judges from Auto are working hard at the very last minutes of this contest. So do show some support to them as well. Yeah, they're looking very serious, sometimes laughing, not sure what's happening there. Yeah, unfortunately, there's only one camera for this room, so this is what I can see, and what you guys can see as well as an audience. So yeah, that's pretty much it from this room. How about we move back to? Okay, we already had this point of view. Let's take a look at the other rooms. So let me just try to load it. So give me a while. Yeah, so this is the other side of the big contest hall. I think there's something to stand, and maybe standing helps you to clear your mind. Some life hack, perhaps. I'm not sure. Yeah, so they're trying to submit, do a last hurrah. Okay, so while we're waiting and you guys can see that what's currently happening at the contest site, let me take a look at the comments again. It's been a while since I did that. Clement, you are the best. Irfin, when is Pepsi Man speed run? Yeah. Too bad Irfin's not here anymore, but I think he'll get the reference. So yes, last few minutes, do send your support to the chat. Keep it flowing. Like go this team, go that team, and hopefully they can do the best. Okay, I will show the scoreboard briefly just to see how far we've come. Right, so in here we have the scoreboard. Let me show it right now. Yeah, so we have U Tokyo Screenwalkers at 9 problems solved, and then Jägermeister at 8. Some university at 7, some of them. They are holding the gold and silver positions, and then some at 6, and then the rest with 5 and below. Yeah, and there's a lot of pending submissions you can see with all the yellows. This will only be revealed right or wrong at the ICPC Resolver stage, which is around the award ceremony, which will happen sometime this evening. So if you're curious how it's going, do stay tuned to the ICPC APAC social media, so the ones in Instagram or maybe in other platforms as well. Yeah, and now we have 2 minutes left into the contest, so I will bring you back to the contest hall. I think let's just end with this point of view, right? It should encapsulate pretty much everyone in the hall, whether they're standing, whether they're happy. I think we can see pretty much all of them. So yeah, I hope it's enough. Let me see if I have a better music to show, because I think I've been using the same music over and over. Yeah, this is to chill you guys down. I know some of you are supporting the team and are probably anxious about whether they'll do well. So in the meantime, I will have you to chill as well. Yeah, I think this should be about the correct volume. Yeah, you can see Stephen Halim at the corner. Let me just pan the camera a bit so we can see him and the judges as well. Yeah, there they are. They're already on the stage. So last 30 seconds. Let's just hope that they do everything to make it count. Okay, count down with me together. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, and that's it. Contest is officially over. It's been 5 hours since the contest. Yeah, so let's see what will happen shortly after the contest ends. I think Halim is speaking on the mic. Steven. So we wait what happens. We just see from here. I will periodically show the scoreboard as well so you can see how the inventory fare. But honestly, there's not much change because again, the scoreboard already froze from an hour ago. So let me just show you this. Oh, and the statistics, correct. So statistics, after all of these, right? statistics are as such. Yeah, so you can have a good look see on the number of accepted submissions, how many teams have the submissions still pending, and how many of them still has incorrect submissions, right? So I guess the statistics do serve as a good metric in the end to give us a prediction on how hard the contest was. So yeah, kudos to all the contestants. I hope they did very well. They did their best. They gave it their all, and yeah, we can only hope for the best at the awarding ceremony. So um, I will still keep streaming some of the post contest view, right? But for most of you, thank you for tuning in and thanks for stopping by. And I hope that we will see you again on the next ICPC championship, whether it's from APEC or for other regions. Yeah, so let's take a look at what is currently going on. I think they're just doing a debrief. Supposedly, judging from the schedule, if you take a look at APEC ICPC Global .com, the official website, right? There should be rest until 4:30 p.m., which is the next 1.5 hour, for them to visit the sponsor rooms so they can get to mingle and chill. And then we'll be doing the closing ceremony. I'm not sure whether this is going to be live stream, but I think if it's not, always stay tuned on the ICPC APEC social media, which is the Instagram, the website. They will have everything updated by then. And yeah, that's pretty much it for the agenda for today, other than the competition itself. And tomorrow, our the one that we're waiting for is the excursion. It was Universal Studios Singapore. So yeah, I hope it's a fun one. And thanks also to the coaches that are currently watching on site. I believe your team did very well. They did all their best. So we can only hope for now. Yeah. Leave it all to the almighty resolver. Yeah, I think they're starting to tear down, leave the area. Then I think after they leave the area, I guess that's where the live stream can end. But for now, do enjoy this queue, the statistics, and yes. Okay, let me see the live chat as of now. How is it going on there? Go Penguin Feeders! A bunch of claps. Yes, glad that it all went well. Technical difficulties were very minor, I would say. Only happened the first few minutes because it was part of the setup. But other than that, I think everything went well. Interview went very well. And I'm happy with the result. So yeah, that's the social media team in action, taking pictures that the contest has ended. I believe the mirror contest should end soon as well. So how about if we take a quick look at them too? Okay, so let me switch over to the local person, to the Court Forces mirror. So give me a moment as I try to set this up. Yes, so this is what's currently happening at the mirror contest. The contest is actually ending in 30 more seconds, but it pretty much solidifies their position because there are no scoreboard freeze and such. But yeah, you can see that the first team has solved 11 problems. That's very outstanding. They managed to solve problem E after all. And then for the next two teams, they solved 10 and so on, 9, 8, and yeah. So I think everyone is doing a very great job in this contest. So kudos to all of you. Alright, so contest is over. Let us reload the page. to view the final results. Oh, okay, interesting. It broke just like that. Yeah. So this is the final standings. Um, well, there's not much I can say other than, well, everyone's doing well. They will be doing system testing to check if everything's working fine. But other than that, there's not much to see. So yeah, I guess that is pretty much it. So let me go back to the contest standings. I believe they should be leaving the contest venue pretty soon. So let's just hide the scoreboard and see how they are faring. Yes, okay. Sorry. Yes, so yeah, this is the current situation over there. Okay, let me see if I have to do some final remarks on this. I believe not. So yeah, once again, thanks to everyone who managed to tune in and take a stop and see what's happening on site and go through all the problems together and interviews as well. I think it's a very pleasant experience and pleasant moment together. And I hope to see you guys again sometime again soon. So yeah, I'll be stopping the camera view for now, and then I'll be showing you guys the scoreboard. So give me a moment for that. Okay. Yeah, I think this should be good for a temporary. So, any comments on the current competition so far? How intense was that? After going through the situation and the current standings, I think it's a very fun experience. It's a very intense competition, with many wrong submission, and then suddenly they got correct, and wow, they got a comeback. Right? So these things happen in competition in general, and that's why it's sometimes very fun to be part of it. Yeah. So now we're back with the standings, and I think this is the last display before I end the stream. So yeah, my name is Russell, from graduate from NUS, competitive programmer lover, I guess. And thank you for watching the stream, and do enjoy the standing before we officially end the stream. Bye bye, everyone.